the Democratic Party really focusing. What I see is them just fighting, just like trying to just block everything. But I don't know what principles they stand for. Like one of the things that I think should be a priority is that Gen Z is not able to afford anything, can't afford homes. They can barely afford their rent to stay in apartments, and neither party, I think, is doing enough to address this problem. And it is pissing me off because that's a cornerstone. If you can own something here and you have skin in the game, you're not so mad at everybody. Think about it.
Really?
If you could be the
$1,000
assistant
a month for
manager
property
at AutoZone
taxes.
and still buy a condo, maybe you would feel like you have something to lose, as opposed to just you don't have anything. And if you can have something that you own, then you can feel, and you have a decent salary, then you might feel more free to find a partner and get married and have children. Like, I really think the source of all of it is just that people are not able to have the things that they have seen other generations have, and it makes them feel really hopeless. I don't think it's helpful that both sides call each other names. It's not productive. I feel like we're not getting anything done, and it just the rhetoric is coming to the point where people are talking about civil war. So it's very upsetting. But I just want to say too that
People
like
say all
the
kinds
lack
of shit.
communication of
Don't mean it's real,
policies that
dummy.
like matter to Americans and not other people. I'll give you an example. I live in California. In Los Angeles, I couldn't believe it. It's still very, very democratic, so I don't want to give the wrong impression. But I just saw some data reported that 30,000 people just registered as Republican in Los Angeles, and that's probably because of how Gavin Newsom handled the Palisades fire. Yeah.
What?
So the Palisades fire.
I will. Can you just repeat what started that? She said how many people?
30,000. She said 30,000 left, and she thinks it's attributed to
30,000 left California.
No. Registered, left the Democratic Party and became Republicans, and she thinks it's attributed to the way Newsom handled the Palisade fires and the recovery process, and the way that the homes and the. I know she's referencing, but go ahead. Go ahead, Peter.
This is interesting.
This is what I like, and I say this respectively. I want to say that this is what I don't like. Like, you don't even know what I said, and you're so ready to jump on me. And this is not me being a victim. This is just me pointing out behavior that I see.
No, I'm not ready to jump on you. I was ready for you to repeat what you said because I'm definitely looking it up.
Okay, yeah.
That's why I jumped in.
You also have to forgive Lisa because she's in love with Gavin Newsom. So don't.
That's her baby daddy.
The man that destroyed California.
That has nothing to do with what's going on here right now.
The man that destroyed California.
That's her baby daddy.
He did not destroy us. I love Gavin Newsom, and Gavin Newsom is gonna save us, Lisa.
Oh my God.
Okay, I want her to complete this because I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. And what I'm also seeing, I also tracked the party affiliations and people switching. They're switching in the surrounding Southern California counties where I live. So I live in Riverside County that just abuts San Diego. San Diego is really like the only county that Republicans haven't seen significant gains in California. And the reason why I bring it up, even though it's, relatively small, people who registered Republican in Los Angeles were 30,000 and only 4,000 people registered as Democrat at the same window period of time. So I think that that's a really strong indicator that Democrats are not really delivering. I think that they are ignoring things that are happening in their own backyard, and I think people are just getting tired of people saying that they don't see what they see with their own eyes. And I live in California. I know people who were adjacent to the Palisades fire, and it was really handled very terribly. And a lot of people.
What aspects do you think were handled terribly? I know what the pushback was here. I just want to hear which ones you highlight.
That they didn't have available water. That a lot of the tanks. Well, the tanks were empty when the fire happened. So that was one. Another thing is that there was some spotting of a brush fire. I think it was put out, but was not put out properly. It reignited, so they have issues with that. They also, because of an endangered species, they don't want to cut down brush that is that is highly flammable because of some sort of plant that is like natural to the area. And so there's a lot of overgrown brush that environmentalists have blocked from getting cleared. So it makes everybody in danger of fire who lives in that area. And then finally, it's not a problem for me. I just want to preface this. But a lot of people are mad because Pacific Palisades is a beautiful area and Gavin Newsom is clearing it for low-income housing. Now, that's great for the people who need low-income housing, but just think about all those million-dollar homes, and some of those people, they couldn't even get home insurance because of the fire dangers. So they lost their homes, and they don't, they get very little recovery money, and now
You're covering so many things, we're not going to be able to respond to all of them.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Haitian.
Go ahead, Haitian. One mic on Haitian.
Yeah, come on. Wow. I looked it up about how the shift, and there's nothing. I have found nothing. So can you please put the link of the people who are switching to Republican in California? You said 30,000.
I'll try.
Because I'm going through here right now.
Lisa, can I make a comment?
Can I finish?
Haitian wanted to go.
Lisa, can I make a comment?
The thing I see is the Latino.
We gotta one mic on Haitian. What do we do? One mic on Haitian.
Hold on. That wasn't finished.
Oh, you wasn't finished, Lisa?
The only thing I see is Politico. There's an article in Politico, and when everything settles down, I will go through that article in Politico. Okay, go ahead, Haitian. I'm passing the mic.
Haitian, go ahead, bro.
Lisa, I put the link in the chat. She's
I
accurate.
think maybe he swiped out by accident.
He's accurate.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, go ahead, Haitian.
Go ahead, Haitian.
No, it's interesting. You bringing up low income housing.
I just love how people just are so quick and ready to
Go on mute.
Okay, he was on mute when you were speaking. Come on, P-Pill.
No, they found it interesting that you brought up the issue with low income housing, but then you brought up people not being able to afford homes. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of funny.
It's not my opinion. I said that I'm just saying for the people who are there. No, listen, because I'm putting myself in the shoes of people who lost their homes from the fire, did not have insurance, and there's no way to recover it. I'm just telling you what their sentiment might be. I didn't give you what
Can I
my
ask you one
opinion
real quick
was.
question, if I could? So I think you went over a whole laundry list while all the fires were Gavin Newsom's fault. In that list, I didn't hear.
And that link has nothing to do
I didn't
with
hear
what you
the.
said.
I didn't hear
Thank
the
you
D word.
very much
I didn't
for
hear.
wasting my.
I didn't hear the drought. She was glazed over the fact that they were going. California at the beginning of the year was going through a bad drought.
Sir,
It wasn't a drought.
California. And there was no drought, sir. I live in California. We weren't in a drought at the time. You can check if you don't believe me.
I mean,
Okay, I'll double check.
we had a firestorm, and that there's not enough fire trucks, enough water to put that type of fire out. Like, I'm born and raised in Southern California.
Me too.
San Diego to be specific, and San Diego has always had a little Republican, hold. Like, when I'm right now at the beach, right now at PB. If I go into a t-shirt shop, it's gonna be Trump shirts. They always had on our bay. They always had Trump parades. That was when he first got it out the first time. So San Diego has always kind of been on the conservative side. They don't even have certain concerts here. We don't get any real concerts here because it's so conservative. So yeah, because San Diego is very conservative. We have Alpine, Clan T. You know what we call it, Clan T, Santee, because the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan used to live there for years. So San Diego is kind of a conservative city. So, but as far as that fire is concerned, we always we had those storms. There's no way he handled it the best way he could. There's no way. It's so many experts from even different cities, different firefighters from different cities have said there's no way that there's not enough water fire trucks that could control that type of fire with the winds that we were having.
The Santa Ana winds, yeah.
Right, that Santa Ana winds was hopping, and then we have people starting fires. All these people who hate California because they can't afford it. Get out, brokey. And is this setting stuff on fire? How could they control that? And you gonna? It's the truth though.
No, she's not. She's
so many
right.
people here that are broke that don't want to leave. There's so many people that need to move to Texas because they can't afford California. That's here, and they hate California because they sit on their ass and then they take advantage of opportunity, and they're broke as hell, and they hate Cali, but they can't leave Cali. We have so many of those type of people, and I'm ending with that.
Let me say this real quick. Hold on, one second.
Before you do, can I just say there was
No, Pink Hill, give me 1 second.
No, you cannot. You can't.
Pink
Thank
Hill,
you.
give me 1 second. I'm gonna be brief though. First of all, there was a drought. 100% there was a drought. I don't like misinformation, right? California was experiencing drought conditions during the time of the Palisade fires in January 2025. They gave me the exact rating. It was considered a moderate drought D1 or abnormally dry D0, right? So we absolutely were experiencing a drought during that time period. One.
Thank you, Gemini.
Two, the Santa Ana winds were hitting during that time, which they do every year, right? The Santa Ana winds are an annual occurrence, right? But this time it hit a little differently. We got winds up to 100 miles per hour, right? That doesn't normally happen. So that's why the fires were jumping so far. You have an ember from one location, jump to the next location, to the next location, and it's unpredictable. And it makes it a lot harder for the helicopters that would normally be out to dump water or whatever fire retardant on top of those fires to be operable. There was a couple days where they couldn't even fucking move, right? I lived out here. I got evacuated during that, right? So I can tell you right now, when you look at that, you cannot blame Gavin for what happened. You cannot blame Gavin for what happened. I'll be the first to do it.
That's the fact. And
Yeah.
I wanted to bring there and let you guys know.
It's just not just. It's
Hang
not
on,
just
Pinko.
that.
Hang on. I think Sue was talking. Thank you.
I'm listening to people.
Oh, go ahead, CEO. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, just give me 7 seconds. So I just want to say that what Pink Pill is saying, all her points are debatable, so please don't treat them like conspiracy. I've heard them many times. People have argued about these things. I'm not saying she's right, but don't treat them like conspiracy.
The drought is not debatable. The drought is not accurate.
You said she was accurate, and that article doesn't say what you said. The uptick since 2021 wouldn't reference a fucking fire that just happened this year.
Right.
So that's not accurate. She said the
That's what I
uptick
said,
happened
Quinn.
because
Thank
of
you
the
for
fact
wasting
in the
my
Fed
fucking
Palisade,
time reading
that's a waste.
that
That's a
article.
stupid thing to contend. And it also says the very first thing that it says on the damn article, the very first one. It says that the first explanation says nearly half of
We'll get back.
independent registration has declined somewhat. That's exactly what it says. It's the very first section of the article.
Yeah, thank you for wasting my time.
Here's
Hold on
another
for just a
one,
second. Hold
You won't be able to
on.
deny this one. There you go.
Okay, well, I read it.
The data
I
point
guess
right
y'all don't
now
think
is
we
brand
don't read.
new. It's a data point that's very clear.
Okay,
Y'all
whatever.
use
It is.
ChatGPT.
Okay, so let me tell you
No,
guys
it's an
a real
article.
secret about California for all the Californians who live there. California is not Oregon. It is not Seattle.
Greetings.
It is not a green state. Southern California is a fucking desert. I went to a place they call San Jose yesterday. It is so fucking dry out there. I thought, good Lord. One side were the fields where they were planting shit. I don't know what kind of crops they were planting. And the other side was brittle, dry, the natural part that hadn't been farmed or touched or whatever. The hillsides where those windmilly things are, all those hills, all that grassland in California is fucking dry. It is not a green state. When is the last time it's rained in Southern California? Quickly.
It
I
just
can't even think about it.
It wasn't a rain. It was a sprinkle. It was not rain.
We don't get no rain out here. I'm in LA traffic right now. It is sunny as hell.
You're right, Lisa. It's a desert.
Lisa, you damn right.
You are right. Everyone knows that. That's from here.
I'm literally in LA traffic right now. It ain't no rain.
It is not raining. What you call rain. We're talking about rain. The kind of rain they have in Seattle. The kind of rain they have in Washington State and Oregon. You guys don't get that kind of rain.
The type that can be measured in inches.
The fucking desert, okay? That's why there should not even be allowed to have lawns and shit in California where y'all niggas get out there and have these green ass fucking lawns back in front.
Not too much on the green lawns. You done went too far. Come
on, be
I pay Jose a lot. What are you doing?
It's not the lawn. It's the brush.
And you wasting all that drinkable water.
I pay Jose good money to keep my shit green. What are you
It's really
doing?
not. It's not the lines. The line. It's the brush. And people would like. Pink Pill was talking about them not cutting down stuff. People, because in your backyard you'll be looking at a canyon, and it's just nothing but a canyon. If it has plants and bushes and animals and people like that, oh, a squirrel, oh, I see a deer, but they gotta cut that down because that's a risk for fire.
Correct.
Those homeowners will protest that because they don't want to look at an empty canyon in their backyard. It doesn't look pretty. They'll protest even getting that brush. Like they only get certain amount of inches from my home. I want the wildlife. You're killing the animals, but it's really the scenic, because it will look crazy. Like you said, we shouldn't. It's because it's a desert. We shouldn't have green grass. We shouldn't have all this brush. And what would that make us look like? Arizona? No, they want to look like pretty California, and they will fucking go and they'll go against cutting down the brush because they don't want their house to look like that. They don't want the scenery in their backyard when they're looking into the canyon to look like that. So you're right. That's what it is.
You guys who live in California, you guys need to go back and look at the history of California, because when my parents decided to relocate to retire in Manhattan Beach, I started studying California, even though I had an auntie who's already lived there for just about all her adult life, okay, and now she's in her late 60s, 70s. The history of California, when they started with Hollywood Land instead of Hollywood, and the drive to bring people west into California, they marketed California as a place where you go to get better. Right? I'm gonna get that whole thing about that guy, that XY. Have you guys seen that place XYZ something? They marketed California as an oasis, but it was all man-made. Do you know palm trees are not even from fucking California? That they brought that shit in, but now
you sound like a real hater right now.
I love California. What the fuck?
You telling us not to water our grass and all, like, what?
But she's right. This is how Orange Mouth got its name.
California geographically,
right.
topographically was not made for the way it's being
They listed Southern California as the end of the Owens Valley.
That
was Owens Mouth.
Cousin had to build that.
I thought Owens Mouth must have been a hell of a oil
all the
supporter.
way down from Owens Valley just to bring water into California. And then that shit broke. And then the water is not evenly sourced in California.
It's coming from the reservoirs.
From fucking Oregon and Washington State.
It never made it to California.
Oh, y'all got it.
Lisa, I will give you this. I'm gonna be real brief. I will give you this.
To get in there too, Gemini, but go ahead.
I'll yield to her right now, but I will say this, Lisa. We have to like, we get these notices that tells us like on Tuesdays and Thursdays this summer we're not allowed to use our water, or you're not allowed to use your water after 5 o'clock, and you can report your neighbor if you see them and they'll get fined. I still do it anyway. I'll pay the fine because my shit ain't gonna go brown. But at the end of the day, we do have water shortages droughts, and it's very severe, and we get these notices all the time, right? So when somebody says it's not a drought and they live down here, I'm like, how? There's no way you live down here, because we get this in the mailbox every day.
Okay, Jim and I, what I'm trying to say is, I did cross-check.
Pink Pill, maybe you didn't hear me before. Pink Pill, Sue was waiting. You can go after her.
And
Thank
what
you.
I
Go
want
ahead,
to
Sue.
say to all of this bantering back and forth, what's not being said is that Caruso, who wanted to be the mayor, who lives in Brentwood, has a private fire department that put out the fire on his property in the Palisades and didn't save anything else around his property, did nothing for the community, has a private fire department in Brentwood for himself and for the residents of Brentwood that pay for that. But this is the person that wants to be able to tell us how to recover from these fires, because he's going to come in and put in manufactured homes and help people who cannot afford to rebuild. So I want to first put it out there for those of you that think you're going to tell those of us that live here how the fire is affecting us and how the rebuilding efforts are happening and how the monies are being allocated, who's getting it, who's not, where the insurance is happening, where it's not. I'm here to let you know we're living it. So before you go ahead and say what the decisions are that are being made, speak to those that live it on a daily basis. Because right now we have the largest construction project in the country going on. Right here, under my nose and Gemini's nose, the largest flippin' construction job in the country right now. And if you think that's being funded by nothing, come again. And it's happening in Altadena as well. And if you think there's no insurance paying for it, if you don't think there's government assistance happening, think again. So I want to say, Pink Pill, before you start spewing what you're spewing, get your facts together. I, too, am right here in LA County. Now, I agree. We've had a water drought for many years. It didn't start yesterday. It started 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and Lisa was spot on. Southern California was sold as the end of the gold rush. And this is where the water was going to end. And if you come to the San Fernando Valley, there are streets that run right through here. One is called Owens Mouth, and it got its name by the people that founded it, and they said it was going to be the end of the Owens Valley. The water never made it here, ever. So all of this stuff is out there, but what I don't appreciate is false information from people that live in other counties trying to tell us the way in which things are being managed here.
Okay, real quick. So, because I double checked at the beginning of the year, I double checked with my references. By early 2024, California was largely drought free. Last year, we didn't have rain. So prior to that, we had been in a very long drought. We'd gotten a lot of rain, and we had officially gotten out of the drought. So I will cede that point. The other thing that I want to say...
Can you show us those references? Because I've never heard of coming out of a 10-year drought. We always in a drought.
Okay, if I could, early 2024, between January and April, California was largely drought-free statewide, with 0% of the area in droughts as of late March. This followed strong winter rains and snowpack measuring 110% of historical averages by April 4th, ending a 1,000.
Putting your link that you're referencing.
Yeah, please put the link in, because I'll put in the link in that shows that we were in the D1 drought.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I can definitely prove we were in the D1 drought.
Wait,
Thank you.
Okay, if I could for a second, I don't know why you guys are getting angry. All I did was go into Brock and
You were asking for facts. Thank you.
I'm giving them to you. So I asked Brock, was California in a drought in 2024? So if somebody would go, listen, this is the quickest
She's
way.
right. She's right.
I love you, boy. Come on.
Can I please finish? Like, this is my, I go on and on because you guys don't let me finish. I really only have 3 points. And if you just let me finish, then we can move on. So, like I said, we were not in a drought, but we had come out of a 1,332 day.
Yes, correct.
And so that is correct. That is a fact. Okay, if I could just finish.
I'm gonna help
In
you out.
2024.
For God's sakes, let her finish, please. Thank you.
Let her finish and then help, because she's actually right. But go ahead.
Okay, so by mid-2024, conditions remained mostly normal to abnormally dry in isolated areas. By late 2024, a slow start to the rainy season led to drought expansion. By November 14th, it was abnormally dry. So you guys are right in that at the time of the fire, there was a drought. But in general, by 2024, we were all celebrating because of the long drought. We had more snowpack and our lakes had filled up. We were very happy about that. I also, just FYI, I was born in Los Angeles. I was raised in Lancaster, California, and now I live in Temecula, California. The other thing that I wanted to say in regards to what happened in the fires, I was not there. And I'm very sorry for the people who experienced frustrations with going through that. I don't want to talk to you guys like you're just, like you just don't matter, like you're just like fodder for a debate. I am sorry for what you're going through. So in Los Angeles, where the Santa Ynez Reservoir in Pacific Palisades, with a capacity of 117 million gallons, was reportedly empty at the time, and that's according to CBS News 2.
It was under repair. We knew about that.
Okay, so, and then finally, in regards to Republican people registering for Republican in California counties, I just wanted to say, so for between February 24 and February 25, GOP registrants, because California has to report, it doesn't have to report, like, I don't think in real time, but they do have to report. So GOP registrants as of February 2025 in Los Angeles County, I was wrong. They had a net gain of 83,552 new registered Republicans. In Orange County, 38,101. San Diego, 31,875.
Thank you, Bill. 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
They don't like those facts.
Okay, Riverside, 33,709.
The fact that she was wrong.
And these are all California. This is from California elections data. San Bernardino, 30,000. Sacramento, 15,000. Santa Clara, 12,000. So thank you.
Kill y'all ass.
Now, I want you to be clear though. Like, you got to be real clear on this, right? Yes, there has been an uptake in Republicans in Los Angeles County. However, when you look at the grand scheme, right, 30,000 compared to how many
people is there?
Right, how many people, and compared to how many actual Democrats? This is predominantly a Democratic county. When I say predominantly, I mean like 80%. So maybe y'all can.
Hey Jasmine, yes, I'd love to speak with you. Hope you're having a pleasant evening.
Being defensive, note the change and maybe look into it.
No,
Because we got a lot of people that need to move.
And no. Right now, just so y'all know, right now, Los Angeles County is in a drought, and a severe drought. It's actually a D2 drought. We're always in a fucking drought.
We're always in a drought, and there is a lot of Californians that hate living here, you guys, because they cannot afford it, and they need to move to Texas. Go ahead and move. Get out of here.
Go ahead, Trent. I know you've been getting in there. Go ahead, man.
Tell us about the aliens, Trent. Tell us about the aliens.
Hey, guys. Y'all want to talk about aliens? We'll talk about aliens.
Please leave your message for 77351754431.
Hey, Jasmine, it's John. You texted me. You said you wanted me to speak, so I'm speaking. Call me back or text me. Hope you're having a good night. Bye.
That my mother had with no fucking insurance. Y'all just go to
And
Texas.
then driving off and pulling away.
Where the losers are.
Right, go to Texas, Arizona.
Get the fuck out. I'm in badass LA traffic right now. If y'all don't get the fuck out so I can drive.
Crazy. I almost got sideswiped to my girlfriend's car. Y'all need to get the fuck up out of California.
Get out.
It's so hard.
Get the fuck out.
Leave.
Listen, Gemini and Lisa, I'm at the beach looking at the water. That's
Hello.
I'm in LA traffic, and this look like a parking lot on the freeway right now.
Right, where are you at, Trent? Are you over here? Go ahead, transfer your call.
I'm on the border in Mission, Texas.
One guy out there, some superhero.
Well, they maintained it all those years. Was Jack Nicholson?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think he's the only guy.
Right. I mean, do we know of anybody else? Well, they might not be public about it.
Right.
You know.
What about the rumors that
I thought this was where the wineries are. It doesn't.
and that's the desert. So Temecula's a desert.
We cut down the brush. We have beautiful wineries, and we don't get a lot of.
They have a great balloon. It's hot as hell in the
Please allow Trent to finish it, one and all.
Trent, please give us your wonderful submission, sir.
I am, my boy, and shout out to them Dodgers. This is a game and a half up. Look, the reality is the net 80,000 in Los Angeles County is a drop in the bucket. It's not changing shit. Because, to everybody else's point, so many Republicans are moving out of the state and coming to Texas and Arizona and Florida and other places. So while there are some small gains, the idea that California is going to flip blue isn't anything, right? And so, but here's what I will say to defend you a little bit, because I see where you're going with this point. And this is what I would caution before you get, especially my friends on the liberal side, before you get too high and mighty. When we had Hurricane Harvey in Houston, the county was Republican and the surrounding counties were all Republican. Post that disaster, and this happens a lot after major disasters, the county shift blue. Now we have Ina Hidalgo in Houston who is a Democrat in charge. The county flipped because of the anger and the way the situation was handled. So can it happen in certain pockets? Absolutely. The entire state, highly unlikely. All I wanted to say, and let Sue talk shit. She knows more about California than most of y'all. Take care.
Did he just leave again?
That's why I'll be ready to throw his ass off the stage mid-sentence. I'm doing that next time just so he can't do that shit.
Go ahead, jump in, Sue. We want to hear from you.
All right, Lisa, I'm telling you, I'm going to throw him off mid-sentence next time just so he can't do his little grand exit.
Exactly. But he does that in everybody's room. I was in a room with him the other day.
That is so annoying.
That shit annoying as fuck. Go ahead. Who was about to talk? Sue?
No, I wasn't, but that is so annoying.
Yeah, that shit is annoying as fuck.
It's really annoying.
Because we can't respond to anything that he says, so it just leaves us here trying to figure out what he meant was going with.
Right. There's no explanation, no further. Like, let's keep moving so we don't even center that.
Okay, so how did we get on this? I don't even know how we got on California, but
because Pink Pill left the left. Pink Pill came in here and gave us all those wonderful statistics. Yeah, she left the left.
Do y'all know how many people is in LA County, just for a reference?
Oh, millions.
9 million, almost 10 million. 9.6 million people. 30,000 is not shit.
Right.
Okay, so let's try to recenter ourselves here. I was trying to remember how we even got there. It's just really weird. I'm just blanked out completely. Okay.
Can somebody bring up Aram?
Sure, Aram. Let me see. All right. So they're talking about shutting down the government. I think we have another till the 30th, I believe. And the conversation that Don Lemon was having with Cory Booker.
Can somebody mod your honor? I'm driving. Can somebody mod your honor?
Yeah.
You, please.
Yeah, I didn't see you guys. I'm sorry. Hold on.
No,
I
I left, but I
looking up shit. Okay, so there you go. So Cory Booker was saying that that they won't even talk about, they won't even have discussions with the left. So I don't know how you guys feel about the government shutting down and the benefits or the disadvantages of it. We can talk about
Could
that
you
if
give
you
us
want.
some details on that, please, if you don't mind?
Oh, I can redo this clip because it's very interesting,
Okay,
and I was telling you guys to listen because it was very interesting what Don Lemon and Cory Booker were talking about. Cory Booker's gained a lot of weight. I don't know what's going on with him, but anyway, hold on.
That's because he's engaged and
I'm
happy.
say the same thing, young kid.
Yep, he's engaged and happy.
Wow. Well, he needs to get a little bit sadder. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me find. He's just a little bit too plump for me.
I agree.
All right. So we were listening to. There we are.
he gained that weight when he didn't pee for 3 days.
That was funny, right? When he stood up there, and we don't. Let me give Cory back his credit. Let me put my crown. It takes a lot to sit up there and talk that long.
Man, with an adult diaper on. Go ahead, bro.
Damn. Okay, hold on, y'all. It's coming. YouTube, Cory, Don Lemon. Here we go. Hold on. And it's just a hot mess. And then we were going to go and listen to the critique that they had. Trump literally embarrassed y'all in front of the world. In front of the world. I mean, just literally, woo, Jesus. You talking about 2 steps forward and 150 steps backwards. He literally embarrassed us in front of the world. We have lost credibility all over the world with that shit at the UN, that speech he gave.
He said the world never respected the United States more. We've never been in a better economy. We've never had better pricing than right now. So don't do that.
And then I got this article that I was reading yesterday, how the CEOs are even scared to speak up about how horrible the economy is. They're scared. Literally saying words like fear. Okay, here it is. Let me turn it up. Wait, somebody else is talking. Hold on for a second. I got too many people. Oh, hold on. Wait, I gotta put that on hold.
My understanding is that the president agreed to a meeting with Democratic leaders and then canceled it. Yeah, stunningly. Are we going to shut down? Look, I mean, there's no way to get this bill done. They control the House, the Senate, and the White House. But the only way to get through the Senate is by getting at least 7 Democratic votes. I'm not going to give my vote away without them doing something in terms of negotiation or compromise. And what the Democrats asking for is do something about the tens of millions of Americans who are seeing their costs go up, their health care become more expensive, or losing their health care. Because of the things that you've done. Donald Trump has been in office for 9 months. America is poorer and America is sicker or has less access to health care. So I've never seen like this. The other side won't even talk or engage with us, even though there's only one way to get this done is together. So for Donald Trump to cancel a meeting, for the Speaker of the House of Representatives to dismiss the House, to send them out on recess until after the shutdown date is just stunning to me. And it shows me that they want to drive our country into a government shutdown. What's the point? What is the point? I don't understand. I mean, they have succeeded in bullying their way, stealing power. We see case after case going up to the Supreme Court because Donald Trump is being an authoritarian executive. He doesn't believe he's the president. It seems like he's trying to be all the constitutional power to himself. This is the process. You have both sides of the both Article 1 and Article 2 branch have to do it together. But he seems to want to do it his way or no way. And that's what the problem is. He's got to be willing to negotiate. I'm glad you mentioned Article 1. I saw Hillary Clinton on a morning show this morning discussing that, and it was a very interesting conversation. She said everyone should get pins that says Article 1 and see if the Republicans wear it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'll be honest. I have private conversations with Republican colleagues sometimes where they point out that what they're seeing the executive do is not right. I've heard comments about the tariffs and the pain they're causing I've seen them comment about head theft not being qualified, or that
signal out, put out on a commercial app battle plan. But not in public. They won't say it. But that's the point. They're not doing it in public. They're not calling hearings. They're not doing the job of checks and balances or oversight of the executive. And so if you're basically saying Article 1 will do nothing to check the presidency, you are literally undermining our constitutional framework and turning him in de facto into more powerful, demagogic, authoritarian leader. And so I know this. Jefferson said it so powerfully around the founding of our country. When the people are afraid of their government, there's tyranny. When the government is afraid of the people, there's liberty. Well, what happens when senators are more afraid of their government, their president, than they are of the people they represent? Yeah. That's the problem we have right now. Yeah. The Affordable Care Act, the tax credits, I hear that is a sticking point. Democrats want that in there, and Republicans are saying no. Is that the main sticking point or a major sticking point? I'll be honest with you. I'm not giving my vote away for free. Do something on health care. There's a lot going on. You have these looming Medicaid cuts that they conveniently pushed out till right beyond the elections. Well, those are going to hurt millions of Americans. You made other cuts to health care before you even get to the Affordable Care Act. Will you restore those? Will you fix the Affordable Care Act? There's a lot of things that could be on the table, but we aren't even at the table. Donald Trump is refusing to sit down with us at a negotiating table. The leaders of the House and Senate are refusing to sit down with us. That's the thing that's surprising me. I've been here for 13 years, and when we do budgets, we do them in a bipartisan fashion. We have passed 3 bipartisan budget bills out of the Senate. They haven't gone anywhere else, but we've shown that we have the wherewithal to do bipartisan budgets. The American people should not see their government shut down. But this president and the Speaker of the House, by their actions this past week, seem determined to do just that.
Okay, so what do you guys think so far? They're not even trying to talk to the Democrats. So what do you guys think?
So I have a thought related to his UN appearance, and I think it connects back to this story with the not meeting with them. So there was a story that came out in the Times. Trump strikes radically different tones in public and in private. So we all know what he said, at the United Nations, and he talked so tough, blah, blah, blah. But it says, in the decades since Trump burst onto the political scene, world leaders have learned to use have gotten used to the 2 versions of the American president. There's the public one who shows up in speeches, social media, and the private in-person one who's often conflict averse, eager to accommodate in one-on-one or smaller conversations. So, wait, let me get to this quote of what he said. Okay. Hold on. One European diplomat with a seat at the Security Council said that colleagues were trying to engage with Mr. Trump on points where they spotted willingness to address various threats. They lined up afterward to secure one-on-one meetings with him. In the speech, he talked about, I've negotiated so many peace deals. So when he met with the UN Secretary General, what the Secretary General told him was, you've selected peace as a central objective, and you've been going north and south, east and west, in all possible situations, getting or trying to get ceasefires, alleviating tensions, making peace agreements, or building the blocks of peace agreements. So then he comes out of the meeting and he says, I may disagree with it sometimes, but I'm also so behind it, talking about behind the UN. And he came out saying forever, the Ukraine has to give up land for peace. And then he came out of the UN saying, actually, no, they shouldn't give up any land and we have to respect their sovereignty. And so, when they met with different leaders, like one of the leaders was saying, Trump is absolutely right. We're on it. Okay. And then, he met with, and then in Kamala Harris's book, she talks about when she called him to, after he got shot in the ear, she called him to check on him. And in the book, she says, he told her, you've done a great job. You really have. My only problem is it makes it very hard for me to be angry at you. It's like, what am I going to do? How do I say bad things about you now? And she wrote in her book about this, he's a con man. He's really good at it. I'd readied myself for a phone conversation with Mr. Hyde, but Dr. Jekyll picked up instead. So anyway, my point in saying this is like all these world leaders have figured out, and then they applauded like his crazy UN speech. So these world leaders have all figured out, you've got to cozy up to his ego, tell him what he wants to hear. Oh yes, Mr. Trump. Absolutely, Mr. Trump. And that's how you kind of butter him up. And then if he feels like he's getting the respect he deserves, you can work with him, right? Whereas if you take a tougher approach, now he thinks you've disrespected him and you can't get anything out of him. But just to bring it back to what the topic, the difficulty here is that that's fine for world leaders, maybe even people in his own party. But the Democrats, like, by virtue of their job, they're literally the opposition party. They don't have the option to go out there and say, actually, Mr. Trump this, and he does care, and he's great. So they can't play that game. So therefore, with his fucking ego, like, they can't get anything from him because they can't play this game that other people are playing.
Anybody else want to add to this?
Yeah, he's basically, imagine a 3-year-old who's picked up a loaded weapon. Like, the 3-year-old lacks judgment. And is kind of nuts. But they're holding a loaded gun, right? So you're going to kind of do whatever you have to do to survive the situation because it's clearly dangerous and there's a lot of power that this 3-year-old has, but they're not even really sure what they're wielding or how they want to wield it. They're having all the different impulses that a 3-year-old has at any given moment. So, 1 second they might be focused, another second they're not. One moment they're excited and happy, the next one they're throwing a tanty. And that's basically what we're dealing with right now. There's no art of the deal, right? There's no negotiation to be had because the man doesn't even have a principled stance as to what he wants. There's no modulation well, we can reduce our demands this much to find a compromise. Because it's just not even about those kinds of details. He does not care. So, Democrats are in a tough spot where essentially they have to shut down the government. And the Republicans may very well want it in the short term because that's what, the 3-year-old with the loaded gun wants. And they're just as afraid of the 3-year-old with the loaded gun as anyone else. They're just kind of hiding in the corners hoping that they're, out of the firing lane or whatever. Whereas the Democrats have to do something about it because, their people are the ones who are most likely to get shot. And so, I think the government probably is going to shut down because I don't see any other off-ramp that could possibly happen. And the idea of the Democrats just capitulating for the second time, mind you, why would they do that? So they can look even more feckless and weak? It looked terrible the last time. And the other thing is the worst thing about last time, right, actually wasn't that they decided to not shut down the government. The worst thing that they did last time was they had no strategy until it was 48 hours before that Schumer started to shift his opinion from, oh, we're never going to give in to, hey, everyone, we really got to give in. And so instead of the story being about the Republicans and, their intransigence and their malfeasance and all this shit, it became about Schumer being a punk and this Democrats in disarray argument. And once again, we're moving towards this moment and there isn't clear messaging about what should happen. And I almost care less about which choice they make than the fact that they make a strong, robust argument that stands up to scrutiny and looks like they actually know what they believe in and what they care about, and that they're going to make that principled stand, right? That people are going to have to contend with one way or the other. And it just feels like they endlessly surprise themselves by being in the middle, and it's crazy.
I would say this: if the Democrats take Aaron or Your Honor's advice, and someone like Cory Booker, whose seat is always safe, I would say for those who are vulnerable, I think that's a bad idea. I think Ossoff and others should not go along and try to shut down the government.
That wasn't even my advice. Did you just hear what I said? I said they should have a clear strategy and go with it.
My opinion is, look, they should have a strategy. They should try to meet with the president, if they could, and work something out. If you do, you're gonna. I think again, your chances of winning the Senate is pretty low. I think at this point, but you're gonna give a supermajority to the Senate. Is that Deborah? I don't even know.
Did you know that they tried to meet with the president and literally before it was supposed to take place, he canceled it? Did you know that?
So I know that Mike Johnson was on Fox News and he had a different opinion. He also had a press conference a few days that I posted. So I don't know.
How do you have an opinion about a fact?
Mike Johnson is lapdog.
What's wrong with you?
So Cory Booker is Spartacus and he's very dramatic. So I don't really take Cory Booker very serious.
Dude, the news reported it was shut down. It's not Cory Booker.
I don't trust Cory Booker.
You don't have to. That's Deborah's point. There are lots of people who
The news reported it. Clown. The news reported it, not the senator. The news reported it. What's wrong with you?
The Democrats are not trying to have a serious conversation. Period.
You have to be the dumbest.
How do you know that?
Because everybody knows that.
Because everybody knows that.
That's not an answer.
Incredible.
Because guess what? Don Lemon is doing crazy stuff. Don Lemon of all people.
You a fool, boy. If this real, Don Lemon ain't the only one reporting it. Go to a credible news source, clown. You don't have to get it from Don Lemon. But you sure need to stay away from Fox News.
But Don Lemon was having a
conversation now. They're gonna keep you there.
I got it from the speaker. The speaker, I took the speaker Mike Johnson's word. I don't need the news when they got the speaker.
So the speaker said the meeting was canceled. Did he
the House is like,
wasn't he the same one
but
who said that Donald Trump was an FBI informant?
You were talking like Cory Booker. He was talking to an actual person who's in. Oh my God, he was talking to Cory Booker. He wasn't sitting up there like he was making this shit up. I don't understand. Cory Booker said the meeting was canceled. So you're saying that he's lying? And what would be the benefit of him lying about that?
You want to play the video that I posted? You can play the 6-minute video.
Mike Johnson is the same guy that said that.
Apparently you can't keep your. Apparently you don't have 6 minutes worth of listening in your brain.
I think we should hear a different side.
Let me say that you still got it wrong. You can't concentrate for 6 minutes.
Let me just say this. Hold on a second. Let me say this, Omari, please. Mike Johnson told everybody that Donald Trump was an FBI informant, and that's why he hung out with Jeffrey Epstein so much. And then the lie was so overblown and ridiculous that the next day he had to backtrack on it. So yeah, he's not credible.
Okay, so
I was about to say,
we can find Spartacus comments. We don't want to go there because he's a fool.
Miss Deborah was 100% accurate. The news reported that Donald canceled the meeting about reopening. However, even more importantly, Donald himself went on Truth Social, right, and said that he canceled it because he felt that the Democratic demands were ridiculous and not worth talking to.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Gemini.
So hold on.
What do you mean, thank you?
What do you mean, thank you? You just said that he didn't cancel it.
I never said the word he didn't cancel. You definitely didn't hear the word that I said that he.
Boy, would you stop playing around words?
You were right. Bottom line, you were right.
What you misheard. Hold on. I can clarify. I'm a grown man. I can clarify what I was stating. What I was trying to tell you guys is they weren't trying to negotiate in good faith. Exactly what they're not trying to negotiate in good faith. It's ridiculous demand.
The reason I came off mic is because you said they should try to have a meeting with him. That's why I came off mic to report that they tried to have a meeting and it was literally canceled when they were on their way to the meeting. It got canceled. That's why I came off mic.
Again,
that's why I came off mic as well. Have a meeting. They should try to do it like they're not trying to work with them. Stop the misinformation, Omari.
I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the that's why I know you guys don't follow. You guys don't follow or listen. You can only hear.
I just told you. You're the one not listening. I just told you why I came off the mic. Because you said what they should do, the Democrats should try to have a meeting with Donald Trump.
Exactly. That is what you said.
And I responded directly to your comment. They tried to have a meeting. He canceled the meeting. Now, what is wrong with your thinking? Where's your free thinking, sir?
Okay. Matt, I know Matt's the only one that's honest.
Just a second. Hold on a second.
I said vulnerable.
Hold on 1 second. Deborah, it's not good for you to shout and to scream. Now, I'm not saying that to tell you what to do. I respect you too much. But I love your throat. And I appreciate who you are, and I don't want you to hurt yourself. And
I have to do that when I'm always spoken over.
That's what I'm saying.
Enough to be spoken over.
I understand, and I don't want you to wake up hoarse and you can't sing in church. So Omari and others.
Hey, I just placed an order, and I actually meant to place it at the Milwaukee location. Yeah. Okay, I apologize about that. Thanks. Yep, that's me. I understand. I trust you. I appreciate it. Love your food. Thanks so much. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Right now, you absolutely said they should try to have a meeting.
Well, sometimes I don't put my words together correctly. So can I redo it like Scrabble?
Yeah.
So what I was trying to say, Deborah, is I was talking about the vulnerable one. So because maybe I might have jumped into like multiple conversations and that might have thrown you off, and I apologize if that was the case.
I wasn't thrown off. I responded to what you said. So don't tell me maybe that's you continue. Hold on, you're continuing to gaslight me. I didn't misunderstand. You said I responded to what you said. I did not. You say okay. Before I stop talking, you gonna say okay. Didn't misunderstand what I said. If you're not going to say that, then I'm going to keep saying, come up here and say whatever you want to say, and then it's supposed to be true. You're not going to gaslight me and say, because you could have just went on and kept talking. But when you say, I misunderstood what you said, or I didn't understand, you're a fucking lie, and I'm not going to let you get away with it, sir. You're not getting away with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll take that. That's a good call out and good feedback. I appreciate that. What I would say is I was talking about the vulnerable Democrats, not the ones that have safe seats. And if it didn't come off that way, then
okay. And then you keep going from there. Don't interject. So Deborah, you misunderstood what I said.
You're right.
No, I didn't.
You're right. I'll take that back.
And don't ever do it to me again.
I'm sorry, Miss Deborah. I hear you, loud and clear. Noted. Is that fair? Grazie.
Yes, sir. That's fair. Thank you.
Maybe something else I'll say just in relation to the shutdown, because a question that I had was, why was the prospect of a shutdown so unacceptable to, Chuck Schumer and others in the first few months of his presidency, and now it's a more viable option. But someone made a really good point. I don't know if it was this room, about the context, which is that when the first prospect of the shutdown came up, it was in the context of Doge. And, you know, they were trying to lay off people and shut down as many agencies and privatize and whatever. And so if the shutdown happened in the Doge context, then they could have done a lot more, a lot further, a lot faster. But now the Doge program has been scaled back and it's been absorbed into broader administrative, you know, restructuring and whatever. And so because the heat has come down a little bit on the pressure that Doge was posing, it's a little less scary, the prospect of a government shutdown.
Well,
Do people agree with that?
Well, the problem is that they already did most of what was there to be done anyway. Like, all the NIH grants that they were going to be able to cancel, like, they did it. You know what I mean? Like, they've sabotaged the government in so many ways. Like, basically anything they didn't like is sabotaged. So, what are you going to sabotage it more? I mean, I guess it's possible, but a shutdown government or a not shutdown government isn't going to, like, make the Department of Education functional.
Right.
Like, it's already dysfunctional. So, you know, my take on this is, personally, right? And again, I stand on what I said before. The best thing the Democrats can do is have a clear strategy, message it well, and stand on it. Whether they're going to shut it down or keep it open, strong strategy is absolutely the way. That I will go with either one, just be strong on it.
I'm a full-time
Now, that
writer.
said,
I'm finishing the end of a reality today. I'm going to bring you guys along with me. This is called a rattlesnake.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's like a rattle on the end of a
that's what they got to
rattlesnake.
do.
I'm going to pull these strings out of the
There's
plastic bag.
just
They've been in there
no
overnight
winning
after having been
other
soaked
than
in a
like
little bit
winning
of
the
water.
rhetorical
And that
battles.
just makes them pliable and easy to work with. I'm going to straighten these
I
strings out here
also
with my
heard
arm. Now I'm
that
going to take my knife.
apparently a
I'm gonna
lot
take
of
one of
the
these strings and
Doge
make a
layoffs,
slit
like the
in
people that were laid
string.
off,
All the other
have been
strings
called
are gonna
back
go
in
through that hole.
because the
See, I'm taking my
departments are
arm
like
here, and I'm
non-functioning,
just widening that
and
hole
so
out so that I can
basically
fit
they've just
each of
got
these
like
strings
paid leave.
individually
Do
through
you know
that
anything
one
about
hole.
that, Your Honor,
So
or
you keep
others?
stacking them in
I
here,
saw
one
that
on top of the
too.
other, on
There's
top of the other.
actually an
You're
article.
going to see how this
if
starts
you
to
want
take
to
shape
speak
here
on
in
it,
just a second. This
that'll
is
be
the last
fine,
one
but
that's going to go through this hole. I'm going to use my
articles
pliers
on
here
it.
just
Go
for the
ahead, whoever
convenience
wants
of
to
pulling
jump
it
in on
through.
that one.
Then I'm
Okay,
going to
yes.
pull all these down one at a time.
I'm seeing this from the AP. Trump administration rehires hundreds of federal employees laid off by Doge. And this was a story from September 24. Yeah, today. The General Services Administration has given the employees who manage government workspaces until the end of the week to accept or decline reinstatement, according to internal memo obtained by the AP.
If you're a small
Those who accept must report for duty October 6th. After what amounts to a 7-month paid vacation, during which the GSA in some cases racked up high costs passed along to taxpayers, to stay in dozens of properties whose leases it had slated for termination or allowed to expire. Ultimately, the outcome was the agency was left broken or understaffed. Said a former official, they didn't have people they needed to carry out basic functions. So much for efficiency.
7 months paid. Did they get their full salary?
Paid vacation is inefficient. That's very efficient.
What's
good.
up?
It's a good use of the it's a good use of the tax dollars.
Oh my God, Matt Cool's department.
That's the only one that I high five on that one.
Matt is in the comments talking about departments always rehire. Yeah, Matt. This is just normal day-to-day stuff. Sure.
Let's do it. All right. You look terrific. You know that? Thanks. Yeah. You see, the shopping bag.
Okay, so I'm good for them. I'm glad they got paid. Somebody came up, and I'm glad. I'm not even mad about that. The other money that we're wasting on dumb shit like I'm sorry, you guys are gonna get mad. But the way they were moving that particular person's box around, spending all kind of tax dollars with the transfer, like he was a military or state official, we have to pay for that. You guys realize that? Or no? Or you don't care? We have to pay for that. So, and they're not going to publish how much it actually costs to removing certain people around with all those extra security. Never mind, y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't need to get deeper into it, but that's taxpayers' money.
I put a link in the chat, Lisa, for anybody who wants to get that story.
That's some expensive box.
Yeah, but not even, you know what I'm saying? Child, we should have been voting on that. And now he wants a statue, and he wants a holiday, and everything else. And some schools are putting in the chapters when they're not even being asked for, and having those chapters at their schools. So it's being pushed on you. You don't get a chance to vote on shit that's important. I would never want to tell a school that you have to have a chapter such as that there because the governor wants it. Let each school vote on it, or let the parents vote on it. But nah, we could never get away with that on the left. Never putting stuff in mandatory Bibles, mandatory schools. Come on, y'all. Mandatory CK chapters. We could never get away with that.
What about the ballroom, the Hallway ballroom? We need to pay for that too. What is a White House without a ballroom? How did they survive all these years without an expensive ass ballroom?
I know he's funding it himself, but I like the man's priorities. $200 million for the White House ballroom. Never mind what he could have done, with that money for an altruistic cause. If apparently he just has the FU money, $200 million for a ball. A ball, like a dad's ball, like what is he gonna? Maybe is that like foreshadowing for him? Maybe he'll return to reality TV and it'd be like a judge on like former presidents can dance or something, or convicted felons who became presidents can dance or something. I don't know. Maybe that's a big picture.
Or maybe that's where he's going to celebrate his 2028 re-election.
There you go. That part. Oh, Lord help us.
Oh, God, this is scary. Okay, so do you guys want to listen to this Dr. Carr review the Trump's appearance at the UN?
Let's do it. Let's get it.
Okay, we're going to get this. I'm going to stop it. It's not that long. Dr. Carr just goes into just highlighting just the craziest shit that happens, stuff that I even missed. So let me see if it's okay. I haven't vetted it.
African Heritage Day. If you want to give a look into that, today's a day when South Africans are encouraged to celebrate their culture and the diversity and traditions in the wider context of a nation that belongs to all of its people. So shout out to them. If you're from there, I know we got a listener in the building. He's a South African national. Shout out to you. Yes, and good to see you, Dr. Carr. It's a good word. How you feeling?
All right. How you doing?
I'm coolin', man. Just waiting on these episodes.
Shaka Day it used to. Well, Shaka Day is what it used to be known as in South Africa. South Africa is a wonderful example of how African people, having overcome a native minority rule, have, rather than exact revenge, overwhelmed by nationalism with a sense of our common humanity. Their national holidays often reach into their memory and restore some sense of collective memory. So, like you said, today, Heritage Day, drawing from Shaka Day, which is, of course, the Zulu people, one of the Nguni language speaking groups with the Sotho and the Swana and the Xhosa there, and so that brings them in. Youth Day is actually the day in July which marks they observe the date that the South African white minority police attacked and killed young people in Soweto. They take the day of the Sharpeville massacre and turn that into a national holiday. And I mean, just a nice exercise in how you really do try to create rituals that bring everybody in. Their anthem, of course, because the Sigelele Africa is a hymn, an original hymn that was turned into a resistance song, and they integrated it into their national anthem. Of course, they kept a stanza
which makes it a kind of unwieldy anthem as far as I'm concerned. But it is a gesture, I think, that speaks to the attempt to build something different. Same spirit that caused 80 years ago the countries of the world to come together to form in San Francisco in 1945 the United Nations. That was one animating spirit. Of course, the main animating spirit for the West was trying to build a structure that could keep them in charge for another few years, and that has worked for them too, at least in a general sense. But I must say, not only happy 80th birthday to the United Nations, shout out to Bozo. Yeah. Bozo showed his ass cheeks in a way yesterday that I think set a new standard, a new global standard. I mean, I just, I know we have some audio of Bozo's speech, but in order to really enjoy it, and this rambling that took over an hour, just about an hour, generally each world leader or their representative is allowed around 10 minutes. They don't cut people off. After all, it is the United Nations, but Bo spoke for about an hour yesterday, and it was magnificent. In fact, this morning, overnight, Jonathan Lemire and Missy Ryan writing in The Atlantic, the first sentence in the article Trump dares the United Nations to mock him now is, the world laughed at Donald Trump. Do you think he noticed? Do you think he notices when the world? Here's the thing. We're talking about this just before we went live. I think we are closer than ever to the 25th Amendment, and I'm not saying that because any of Trump's lackeys. I mean, looking at little Marco yesterday at the United Nations, his face more and more a mask, as he certainly knows that the history books will certainly write him down as a purebred lackey. But in real time, he will live, it seems to me, to see his utter humiliation, not only on the global stage, but on the domestic stage as well. He won't ever be president, little Marco. But I think he's oblivious. Yeah. I think it's very. I mean, he's more and more sitting in the White House when he does have meetings. He doesn't have many meetings. He's never had many meetings, but he has fewer than ever now. He can't walk in a straight line. He is clearly just unwell. He appears unwell anyway. Right. And this move against Jimmy Kimmel with his, how can you be a lapdog and a lord and master at the same time, but that nasty piece of work at the Federal Communications Brendan Carr is, I think this might have been the thing that tipped them over. Because even the hillbilly horde realizes that they could be next. In fact, they may be in the crosshairs. We saw Ted Cruz with his bad mob boss impressions, and Joe Rogan has finally crawled out of his spider hole to speak. Now that it appears that it might be safe to actually criticize this administration, at least around the First Amendment, but their signing pen is leaking ink. I don't know. If you listen to the whole speech yesterday, you will hear a man who is not only unwell, this is a guy at this point, you might have to, sit down after replace. Because this dude, man, I know we got some sound. Yeah, we can jump sound. Yeah, we can jump in. Here, he actually, he's speaking to the people who he's questioning. Clip 4.
I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war.
Yeah, that was perhaps one of, if not the most coherent. Do we have clip 6? No, not clip 6. I'm sorry, Daryl. Let's go with clip 7. This was a particularly feisty moment for Bozo.
When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore.
Yeah, Bo is off the chain. Yeah, he definitely told these people, all these sitting prime ministers and former, your country's going to hell. But I love this line. It's really something that probably should be. It'll probably be on T-shirts soon. Maybe even White House T-shirts. I'm really good at this stuff. Bozo said, in this ramble, Bozo said he stopped 7 wars. I mean, you can see people literally grimacing. And then they said he said his poll numbers, millions of lives. His poll numbers are the highest they've ever been. They're actually the lowest and going down. And by the way, parenthetically, about 32% of those eligible to vote in the United States of America voted for Donald Trump. 62% of those who were eligible to vote actually participated in the election. So y'all can stop talking about the Republicans won. The majority. Yeah. About a third of the people who could vote voted for MAGA. Okay, so y'all stop that. But see, this was not the United States of America Bozo was talking to yesterday. It was the world. The world, yeah. And even as he denied visas to a number of people, and even as the rest of the speakers, and if you watch what they call the general debates, you can look at it on the UN website, you can find it on YouTube. Kind of informal protocol suggests that Brazil speak first. And so Brazil, because they volunteered to speak first at one of the earliest General Assembly meetings, so they've been given pride of place. So Lula da Silva spoke first yesterday. If you all go into the UN website or YouTube or something, you can see Lula's remarks, which were about 13 minutes, if memory serves me correctly. It was very balanced. He slapped the issue out of the United States of America around the conviction of the previous president. He talked about trade and trying to use things. He stood up for Venezuela and said, y'all out here patrolling, and no, you can't deny you stop the drug trade. And then Bo came, because typically the host nation will speak second. There have been a couple of times when the General Assembly and the General Debate was held in Geneva, but generally it's in New York. Note, of course, that that Mahmoud Abbas, or the Palestinian Authority, was not issued a visa. So he was not able to speak in person. He won't be able to speak in person. But, of course, they had a 2-day summit prior to the opening of the General Assembly and the General Debate this week, at which France, England, a couple other countries recognized the Palestinian state. It's not stopping the international killer, Bibi Netanyahu, was continuing to wage war through his Israeli Defense Forces. But it's pretty clear now that the entire world, as Dr. King might say, the whole world, is against Israel and the United States on this issue of slaughter. But Bo was really unhinged. Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, spoke yesterday. I think Tinubu, or his representative, Tinubu's not coming from Nigeria. His second in command is speaking, I think, today, this afternoon. But generally speaking, it's really something to hear these delusions. I mean, from Donald. When it's really something.
When you hear his voice, it reminds me of when you're in the shower and you're trying to get yourself ready for work, and you're talking out loud, but you're in a room full of people. You're in a room full of people who you're talking about. Now, unhinged doesn't even really give it that's an understatement. Unhinged is an understatement when you hear his voice.
I think you may be on to something. Loopy. I mean, loopy, what you said before. Yeah, he's definitely loopy. He's definitely loopy. And I hesitate to say this, but I'll say it anyway, only because you never know in a climate like this when the dawn breaks. But as we are students of history, it could very well be, if the species survives, that we will look back and say we have reached perhaps the breaking point for Bozo and his crew, which is why they've been acting so much more desperately. The attempted removal of Jimmy Kimmel, which if everyone remembers who listens to Urban View Mornings, we talked about last year when ABC bent the knee and made that completely indefensible concession of giving him those millions, which he brought up this week, when they should have gone to court and broken his legal back. Well, moving against Kimmel, which of course is
Project 2025 through and through. The nasty piece of work, Brendan Carr's wet dream. This may have been the overreach that causes the fever to break. Yeah. Because there because there are people who were with him who aren't with this, and by this I mean the overreach on free speech, or what they think is so-called free speech. And so they're like, wait a minute, like you said, if you cover him, then who's safe on either side? And so even with on any side, any side, I'm afraid of it as a duopoly, as a binary. They're crazy, and they've been crazy, and they've never had a majority of the people. And we back the F up, because the longer this remains an issue for Disney, and they're not out of the woods yet. Their stock dropped. People canceling Hulu and Disney Plus. So they had a major campaign this weekend for people canceling ad instructions and everything. And I think that hemorrhage of subscriptions leaving had a lot to do with their decision to try to attempt to rectify or reconcile by inviting them back. But what they still didn't fix was the partnerships with Nexstar and Sinclair, who said, well, just because he's back, we still preempting in many of our markets, and one of the markets being here. So he came back last night, and it wasn't even shown here in the DC area, in the DC market. Did you watch the whole monologue? I did not. I didn't get a chance to. Okay, I watched it, and his writers did a superb job. One of the things he addressed is very interesting. At the very end of the monologue, he said, well, Disney has a statement that they'd like me to read. He reaches into his pocket for a folded piece of paper, which may or may not have had anything on it. I think it was for effect or anything. And then he read instructions for rejoining Disney Plus and Hulu to the laughter of the crowd. He did mention that among the places that Nexstar and what's the other one? Sinclair have said they're not going to run the show, were his wife's hometown. I think she's from St. Louis. His mother-in-law, and he apologized. He said, I guess you'll have to go to YouTube. As of the time we went to air this morning at 7 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States, there were over 5 million views on YouTube. And then he went on to, it was a master class. Really, it was the defense of the First Amendment. I thought the cameo appearance of Robert De Niro in the role of Brendan Carr was hilarious. He brought in him to be the new mob boss appointed at the FCC. This is after he slapped the ish out of Brendan Carr. Maybe we have a clip on that. Maybe we'll play that in a second. But directly to your point as it relates to Nexstar and Sinclair, the white nationalists, and I just want to pause here and lift them up and thank them for revealing to people who may not have been paying attention. And by the way, Bob Reif on his Instagram, not his Instagram, we kind of thing, on his Substack, goes under a headline, "The Sleeping Giant is Awakening." I think may have it right when he says that he's been a professor and an academic and a policymaker for over 60 years, and he's saying this may be the moment when people start paying attention. But I want to thank Nexstar. I'm sorry, I want to think, I keep messing them up because they're the same in my mind. Sinclair, and what's the other one? Nexstar and Sinclair is the two. The Nexstar and Sinclair. I'd like to thank them because they're overreach. They're white nationalists overreach. People like John Oliver have been on them for years. You know, we've seen that commercial where they all say the same thing in their editorials. Well, you've reached your limit, my friend. And while people won't cancel the local affiliates, I think your attempt to quadruple down on this imaginary white silent majority, one that is clearly not expressed in electoral politics, and maybe later in the show we'll talk about the Arizona seat that the Democrats retained overnight in an special election out there. Now the margin is down to 2 in the federal legislature in terms of the MAGA Muppets' ability to block legislation if all the Democrats vote in the same way. But they won't play their hands. And there is, after all, there are many other options other than watching your local television network. Yeah, that's true. And I think, as Kimmel said last night, the president, after playing a clip of Bozo saying his numbers are terrible, Kimmel replied, not tonight. Yeah, no. So, we got my friends. Let's play clip 10.
Think about it. If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs.
even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it. And thank you. So telling your followers that our government cannot be allowed to control what we do and do not say on television, and that we have to stand up to it.
Yeah, his writers. Oh, okay, I thought it was. Yeah, that was very good. His writers did. It was very interesting. I mean, he thanked obviously the people who stood for him first, of course, Colbert and them, you know, and then he thanked a broader range of people, and then he thanked the people he was. Mm-hmm. He name checked Candace Owens. He name checked. It was very interesting to see. And then, of course, he thanked the general public. Basically, what Kimmel's writers did yesterday, last night, was curate an army through the proxy of the First Amendment to slam these guys. This is the thing where I think the Project 2025 crowd, the religious ideologues, he name checked, of course, the runt rooster over at the Pentagon, of course, about Pete Hegseth, who is now telling people not to answer reporter questions about general information, not even declassified or unclassified information, not to give them information. Basically, what he did last night was curate people in a way to create a situation where you're revealing these people for exactly who they are. That's a collection of bigots, religious ideologues, and lustful billionaires. And that's not going to bode well for them in the continuing electoral cycle. And I thought Kimmel and them did a good job last night.
It was masterclass, and it's not going to go away either. And I think for him, what they did was the unintended consequences. It's kind of a reset for him. This is a starting point for if you weren't checking for Kimmel, now you are, or now you're back to, and it gives him a chance to do. I feel like push the envelope even more, even though it got emotional and some of it was a bit of an apology regarding specifically the comments he made about the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk. Can we play?
I'm not sure it was an apology. You want to play that clip?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What I have to say is going to make much of a difference. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I have no illusions about changing anyone's mind. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram of the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
Exactly. I didn't hear an apology.
Well, the tone was very apologetic, yes.
I heard a clarification. I think every word in what he said was so carefully and precisely selected that he will hope that those who are against him, because they are feckless, deliberate misinterpreters of his intent and his sentiment, I think he hopes they will be persuaded to understand that they are incorrect. But the first line in that, I think, is the definitive line. If you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. Mm-hmm. But that having been said, let me offer you an olive branch. Because what he then did was to go on and clarify what he said before. I said, I meant it then, I meant it now. I think everybody does. Nobody wants to see anyone be killed. He goes on to talk about not supporting violence of any kind. It can't be done. Mm-hmm. I think the closest he may have come to a sense of apology might have been when he localized it about the shooter, which was, of course, the point of entry they used to misinterpret how he was going about what he said. And then he closed off with, if the roles were reversed, I would feel maybe I would have reacted the same way. What roles are those that may have been reversed?
I think when specifically what he's saying is if someone had said what he said about someone that he followed.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So what does that say about whether or not he
followed the rhetoric from Charles James Kirk. Exactly. I think this language was so precise and well selected. And then, of course, he went on to finish off the piece of work at the FCC written the card. We have that. Yeah, we got that too. Oh, we got it. 10 years ago, this sounded crazy. Brandon Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. In addition to being a direct violation of the First Amendment, is not a particularly intelligent threat to make it public. Ted Cruz said he sounded like a mafioso. Although, I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that, you have to hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night. This genius said it on a podcast. And by the way, if you caught it there at the end, that Bozo was over the FBI across the street. But at any rate, in other words, if you had a functioning Federal Bureau of Investigation, that's how you would catch a mob boss. But we kind of don't. In fact, so shout out to Cash, who caught us straight there. Cash straight Patel. All right, let's we got a comment on Jimmy Kimmel. 866-801-8255. Let's go with Florida. Start in Florida. Talk to Jamie. Jamie, welcome into the program. Top of the morning. Hey, no, how are you doing? Good, Jamie, how you doing? Bless, man.
All right, guys. There you go. That was a long ass clip, but it covered everything that I wanted you guys to hear. Any comments, questions, or did I bore you to death?
Oh, that was good.
Come on, you guys. It's early. Jump in there. This is Great out, Mike. Hi, Mike. I see you back on stage. So what do you guys think about that? Loved it. Mike actually loved it.
No, I just said hi. I have nothing to say to it.
Okay. All right. We can just move on to other news. Hi, everybody who's still left on the stage. That was a pretty big clip, but that pretty much was my whole sentiment about what happened at the UN with Donald Trump, and it also summarized what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. Did anybody actually see that? Because it was not in my market either.
I didn't see it live, but I see it on YouTube.
Hey, I need to go check it out. I need to really go check it out. So, are you disappointed that he's back, Mike?
I'm not disappointed that he's back. I mean, again, I think that was I still think that he was wrong by even approaching it. I think that most people that have been approaching this, you kind of pretty much know where the administration stands. But that being said, I do believe that, freedom of speech is important no matter what side of the aisle you stand on. And
I love it.
I mean, but these are American tenets. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything that's news or groundbreaking.
So you're saying that Trump was wrong? You're saying that they were wrong, period, for taking him off the air. I love it.
Well, Trump's hand is not in this. I mean, yeah, to Brent,
Oh, it's not?
The chairman, if I can land on things, the chairman of the FCC is the person that has to be held accountable for this ABC and their affiliates. I think that's the conversation that we should be having to try to politicize this and to constantly try to throw Trump under the bus. I just think it's interesting.
Come on, Trump told his FCC. Okay, somebody else jump in. I'm trying to hear my
Stupid. First off, this guy is appointed by Trump. First off, like, what are we doing? Like, if your direct report does something, you're responsible for it. Like, this kind of lack of accountability from the right will just forever tickle me. It is so funny.
What accountability do you want?
If you have a direct report and they do a thing, you are fundamentally responsible for what they've done. So if you don't like it, you can discipline him. You can tell him to do something different. You can throw him under the bus. You can make it clear that you believe something else. And of course, the fact Donald Trump did none of those things. And if you read his dumbass Truth Socials, to see that he has also been talking shit about Jimmy Kimmel and all of this. So, like, the idea that he doesn't have his fingerprints all over this, and that he isn't the same person who talked about how much he hates his enemies and wishes them ill. He said that, what, like 48 hours ago, 96 hours ago. It's not that long ago. You know who this man is, you know what he's doing. The only people who could violate the First Amendment in this way, like, literally are in the administration that he runs. That's what's going on here. What are we doing? But yes, I mean, that being said, you know.
Hey, Sandra, you guys something want to add to that, Sandra?
I was right in the middle of making my
I just want to
being overspoken. You gotta love the censorship.
You already spoke twice, Mike. You can wait a minute.
I mean, but Sandra didn't even come off mic, and I was.
I did come off mic.
I did. But you got it. You got it.
And I yielded to you.
You got it.
Mike, you go. I was not a bitch. I was not a bitch. But I had to.
Who told me a bitch?
I was talking about Mike. He was. Y'all know exactly. I was talking about Mike.
Can y'all hear me?
Stop the cap. You know who did it. You know.
I have whatever. I have this administration does whatever they want to do. They can say all the horrible things they want. Somebody on the other side says anything even hinting at some shit. They lose their fucking minds. They are so full of shit. Like I said, it's time to press burn this shit down. Y'all need to get the tiki torches out.
Oh wow.
Can I say something? So during
now we want more violence. There you go.
Can I speak?
I'm for some violence. Actually, yes, Mike. I'm ready for some violence. I'm ready. I'm ready.
No, y'all can ready. I'm ready.
Now we're going against you.
Malachus.
I love it.
You can hear me, right?
No, I thought that I was going after Sandra. That's what I thought.
Please, Mike, I'd like to speak. Will you allow me to speak?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Jesus. So, during the Kimmel monologue, he posted a tweet that spoke very powerfully for free speech. And he said he agreed with it. Here's the tweet. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. So that tweet is actually from Brendan Carr. He tweeted that in 2022 when Biden was president and he was the FCC chair. Now, what possibly could account for such an abrupt about turn of face from Brendan Carr, from saying political satire is an important form of speech and that's why it's targeted for censorship, but it must be protected, to saying we can do this the easy way or the hard way? What could it possibly be? I mean, I know it's not Trump's fault, so what could it be?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, and all of this, and you know, of course, in this one, we won't ever even have a real conversation about it. But you know, well, I mean, you know, people cut me off. I mean, I pretty much know how it goes.
Let's get to the point.
And again, we got multiple people coming off the line.
Okay, no, back up, y'all, because I always Mike, no, y'all. Woo. Go ahead, Mike. The floor is yours. And everybody, we're going to talk about this. We're not going to have people saying we cut them off. I accidentally cut you off. I apologize. Everybody gets 30. Everybody gets, wait, hold up, Dap. I got this. Everybody gets 30 seconds. Everybody gets 30 seconds. So we can all get a chance to talk, because all of us want to talk about this. Go ahead, Mike. 30 seconds and you're on. Boom. Don't mean that you won't be able to get more, but boom, you're on. 30 seconds.
I just think it's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, the Democratic Party and a lot of people that were on the left, I mean, they were the ones that really started cancel culture, deplatforming
and demonetizing platforms that they disagree with. This happened all throughout the Obama years, the Biden years, and even through Trump's first term. And now that President Trump has become president, and now that he has a certain level of influence, and again, I don't necessarily agree with it, but these are how these things get to be. It's not just that Trump. I mean, people like to believe that that's what it is, but it wasn't the case. There were a lot of people, even when it comes to a lot of these social media platforms that were pro-left. That they snatched up a lot of people that were on the right, left, and right, and took away their livelihoods. And even at the point where we're talking about people on these late night talk shows who refuse to interview people on the right. I mean, you just really don't see it. And so, from people that are from the far right, they're looking at this situation and they're saying, I mean, it's just drastically unfair that we continuously make fun of, mock, and ridicule and do hit jobs on the right, but we're never really pointing out the things that are happening with people when their hands are caught with cookie jar. It's just very interesting. But if we can't have that conversation because people are going to just deny, then, hey, it is what it is.
Nobody points things out about the left. Stunning.
Okay.
Stunningly stupid.
And you can call it stupid, but the conversation is there. So there you go.
I think your points. So my response to that, I clearly agree they're wrong that there's been calls for deplatforming from the left, particularly when you're getting into arenas of dehumanizing people or hate speech. But let's not, split the atom. I agree with you. I think the difference here is when the full power of the executive branch of the federal government comes down to bear because you're criticizing that government. That is of a different order. And actually, free speech, it's not about nobody gets anything taken away for anything they've said. It's specifically related to persecution from the government. So that's why it's not really a one-to-one comparison.
Okay. Mike? Anybody? Victoria?
I think that
really be quiet. Okay.
No, I think that's an interesting point, and I can receive that. But however, again, when I asked the Democrats, and this is rhetorical, what did you think was going to happen? And this is the thing that I think is very interesting, and I think that, again, no one really wants to have these conversations, but you went around for many years, you went along for many years doing whatever you wanted to do, and you just didn't think that there was going to be a clapback. You didn't think that the Republicans was going to get their lick off. You didn't think that they was going to try to get back for, again, all of the years of being the platform, not being invited to these shows, the continuous ways in which you went against them, but you didn't go against your own. What did you think was going to happen?
This is just
I know it hurts, but hey, it is what it is.
Well, why are you talking over me? I understand why the dumbass is talking over me, but you don't need to talk over me.
You're a dumbass.
The stunning stupidity of this, first off, cancel culture in the U.S. is as old as the fucking Salem witch trials. Like, it predates the country. Like, this is a thing that's been going on forever. McCarthyism is a form of cancel culture, right? Like this goes on and on and on. There was all kinds of stuff going on with all the bullshit with, the rise of the right, this with the new conservative right that started in the 70s, following civil rights, and continued on from there with, all kinds of people like Jerry Falwell constantly calling for people to be deplatformed and so on and so forth. Like, this is not something that is new at all. And frankly, at the end of the day, these are people saying, I don't believe this person should have a platform, which is a totally reasonable thing to say. I don't think Richard Spencer should have a platform. I don't think Charlie Kirk's best bud, Jack Posobiec, should be platforming white nationalists all the time and then palling it up with the rest of TPUSA. I think it's weird. I think it's weird that Turning Point USA had both Jack Posobiec, who palled around with, these virulent white nationalists, and also Candace Owens at the same time. Like, what a weird weird place that is. And the idea that these people have been given a platform as if they're part of sort of normal society, I disagree with that. Do I think, I'm going to go out of my way to try to cancel them? No. But I don't think they should have a platform at all. Absolutely not. That's not a big deal. There's people on the right who think that, people who are too left-wing, shouldn't have a platform either. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, we disagree. See who wins. Particularly in today's media environment, it doesn't even matter anyway, because there's so few shared platforms at this point, it doesn't even matter regardless. But this idea, once again, of the Republicans shirking all responsibility, because it's like, oh, we're not acting improperly, all we're doing is responding to the other side, is the most childish, dumb shit I've ever heard. Like, I see 8-year-olds and 6-year-olds have these kinds of fights. Well, I'm not responsible. He hit me first. What do you say to kids when they do that? That doesn't matter. You're responsible for yourself and your own reactions. This is child shit. This is like literally stuff that you should have learned well by 4th or 5th grade. And they're out here trying to act like that's an actual political approach right now. It is embarrassing.
It can be childish, and again, I think we need to move the mics around. But I don't think that it's.
Oh, honey.
It can't be childish because again, it's when it serves your best interest, and when most of the media, especially on a national level, is left leaning, and again, you're not inviting people on the right. Once upon a time there was a point where that was happening, but it ended, especially with the emergence of Trump. Then all of a sudden, then it's childish when that party decides when they have power that they're going to squeeze it. They're going to squeeze it to you the same way that you guys stuck it to them. And see, but again, if we're not willing to have that conversation, if we don't want to be fair and balanced, and when you want to just invite all of your political friends, but none of your political detractors, that's where the censorship, that's where the cancel culture, that's where the deplatforming, and ultimately that's where the lack of freedom of speech sort of, comes into play. And so I just don't understand how people are convincing themselves that you can kind of go along and do all of that, and then you don't expect your political detractors, especially once they have power, to not respond in any way, shape, or form. Not that I'm saying that I agree with it, but what did you expect when you set that narrative?
I don't agree with it, but I'm here to defend it vehemently.
I'm not defending it.
You can't compare.
Man, wait, no,
okay,
I'm not defending it. Well,
please,
I don't want you to lie. I don't want you to lie on it.
Well, then you can respond when I'm finished.
Yeah. Right, but don't put it out with lies. Why are we starting with lies?
You can respond when I'm done.
Okay, well, don't lie.
So no. Come on, Mike. Be fair, because I allowed you to speak.
But she's lying. I don't like when people start lying.
You're not defending their behavior.
Done. But what she's done, I mean, really, because I want to jump in too, but I'm going to allow. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep it brief.
No, you don't have to keep it brief because he's supposed to go missing here.
Okay, thank you. The thing is you cannot compare the behavior of a talk show host, a late night talk show host, to the behavior of the President of the United States and his lackeys. There are different orders of responsibility there. So the comparison didn't work. If you want to make a comparison of, well, the left did it, then you should be talking about how the Obama administration went after Fox News. But, oh, wait, that didn't happen.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, and when did a sitting president wrangle to try to get a talk show host off the air? Literally.
Never.
Because he keeps saying now it's going to happen to you because it happened to us, and y'all should have known that we were going to clap back. I mean, the things that this guy is doing in the name of vengeance and retribution is absolute. When was the last time we had a president who's just set up and just started going after everybody who didn't like him? Let's find that quote when he said, if they say something bad about me, then maybe we should have them taken off the air, or maybe we should have the show canceled. Let me go find that quote, because I have never, we can go quote to quote. Tell me what president in the history of time has ever done that in the United States.
No, I mean, I don't necessarily
He's starting to look like.
But what I would say is this. Again, and I don't agree. I think
you said going back, and we were going to get ours.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I think that the president has more, pressing issues than to just go after Jimmy Kimmel.
You damn right.
But what I will say is that again, when you have multiple people on one particular side of the aisle that are experiencing a certain level of comfort as far as being on these talk shows, the way that they're covered, the way that they're spoken to, the way that they're invited, and you have the other side, again, the reaction beyond just what Donald Trump is doing, but even just again with the many people that have sharing those same sentiments and ideas, I just don't know why people are surprised. You can't play it unfair one day and then you want it fair for you the other day. And I think that people that are on the left, they sort of have a problem with that.
Yeah, you provided no example. You provided no example. You provided zero examples.
There were many people that
of
were on
what
the
you're
right that
talking
were
about. There was not actually.
There were many different people that were demonetized. There were many different people that weren't invited. There were many people that weren't. There weren't many people that were not invited and still are not invited to these shows.
Not invited.
It's just again that is a form of censorship. That is a form of censorship.
These are so private.
Me, I want to be invited. Oh my God! I just.
But again, now that the right is doing what they're doing, now y'all are crying.
It's stunning. It's not. See what you don't understand.
Everybody's doing the same
thing. This is what's wrong with you, Mike. Let me explain to you. And Malak already gave it to you once, so you shouldn't need to hear this again. There is a distinct difference between a private company, right, deciding that they don't want to have you on their TV show, and there's that, and the government saying if you don't get rid of that person, you're going to have a very hard time. Those two things are not the same. They are not like. There is a reason why the founders treated them differently, and you don't seem to understand that, which should embarrass you, but it doesn't.
You know, one of the things that struck to me is like the speech that was on Twitter, that got so-called canceled. Oftentimes came from groups that were extensions of the KKK. What a bad history there, right? And they in groups that directly advocated violence upon cultures, marginalized cultures, right? And people. And when you flip it around, the inverse, you don't see that with Kimmel on stage, or you don't see that with people advocating for their rights, or people advocating against governance going too far. You know what I'm saying? So really, that, like Malak was saying, there really isn't a strong equilibrium here.
This is the thing, is that these people have so lost the plot of like what actually makes this country great and what actually, leads to this country realizing its highest ideals. They've so detached from that at this point that they don't even see the most basic elements of it. There's a reason why this was the First Amendment. There's a reason why it's the amendment that is the most celebrated. And you don't even understand the basic principles of it. It's embarrassing.
You don't think that someone with a platform as big as Jimmy Kimmel's has a moral obligation to speak the truth about a shooter? He lied about the shooter. It's like you guys are saying one thing, and that's not the reason that they gave that he was suspended for this brief period of time.
So let's say you're right, Notorious. Let's grant you the point, Notorious. So let's say you're 100% right, okay? And that he's an immoral man who's undeserving of his position. Let's say that's the case. Even if that is the case, it is not the government's role to get involved and to say that you have to take him off the air, you're going to face repercussions. You could be a consumer and decide that you don't want to run it. You can even be Sinclair and decide that you don't want to run it. Both of those are not violations of the First Amendment. The problem is when the government gets involved.
Also, if we're being technical, this is
You're agreeing with it. You're just the guy did was the problem. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I remember this.
You broke up for me. I couldn't hear all that.
Me either.
I said, so you're agreeing with what I said, but the guy who they gave the interview and kind of gave him a warning, you saying that's the problem. If that had never happened, everything would have it could have played out the way it played out, you would have been happy with it?
I mean, me being happy with it or not isn't really the point. Like, whatever my personal opinion is, that's just the opinion of just some random dude on the internet. What actually matters is that the government doesn't get involved in censoring speech. That's the point of the First Amendment. I'm talking about constitutionality. What are you talking about? What you like or don't like? Who cares? Like, you can have your opinion, like, boycott it. Go yell outside of Disney, ABC, whatever you want to do. Like, you have every right in the world to do that. That's protected speech under the First Amendment. But if while you're protesting outside of ABC, there's some government employee who says, if you keep yelling outside of ABC, I'm going to throw you in jail, or I'm going to otherwise sanction you in some way, shape, or form, that's wrong.
It's a constitutional violation
in this country.
Yeah.
I just think people are mad that the people on the right, they're just putting their foot in it. And again, I'm not even saying that I agree with it, but that's really just the way my read is on this whole thing. It's a lot of the people on the left, they did what they did, whether they want to admit to it or not, that's fine. And now that the Republicans are in the seat, they
The basic question you have to...
They just, it's almost like, finesse pimping versus guerrilla pimping. That's just really...
That's not accurate at all.
One party, one group is putting their foot in it way more than the other, and folks are just mad about that.
I think give me 1 second. There's a big difference in what you're saying and what's actually happened. Like, there's a distinct difference. They're not putting their foot in it. They're overstepping constitutional boundaries. It's really, really simple. And one thing that Trump said on the campaign trail, I don't know if you remember what your great orange childish like leader said, but what he did say during his campaign trail was he was not for government overreaching or big government. The government is doing too much. We have an overreach of the government. Yet, when he gets into office, he's putting people in place and backing them as they do the exact thing he campaigned against, right? So there's a lack of integrity in the way that they're moving, right?
Oh, I agree.
And to take it a step further, Notorious says something along the lines of, he has a moral obligation. He's not the news. He is a late night entertainment host. I don't know if you understand the entertainment portion, but that's very relevant to the conversation, which means he has a right to give his opinion. His political opinion can be biased. He is not a newscaster.
What did you just say?
So his political opinion can be biased. Now, he might have to check. It is.
I hate that person, right? You have the right to say that.
Right, he has a right to say that. That's the First Amendment. That's not wild. If the wild to me lets me know that you don't understand. You don't understand that the First Amendment right still applies to a late night talk host.
All these Republicans and folks that sit up here and try to strip away people's rights, you wouldn't like it if somebody stripped away your rights and all this other kind of stuff. I told a dude one time, if you're throwing rocks at my glass house, you wouldn't want me to throw rocks at yours. Go sit down somewhere. And these Republicans, they need to sit down somewhere, and I hope they have the same energy when the tables are flipped on you. Remember, y'all keep talking about tables flipped. The good Lord says things will catch up to you, including the ugly. So when you continue to be ugly, eventually ugly will hit you in the face like the door swings on the way out. At the end of the day, you can't do this kind of stuff and sit here and do this, man. It is, trying to hold people to a moral standard that y'all don't live up to either. You got a president that talks about inappropriate stuff, touching women in inappropriate areas and all that other kind of stuff. Y'all can't sit up here and hold a moral compass that you're not walking. I'm going to say that one more time. You can't sit here and hold a moral compass that your party is not walking. That is really embarrassing, and a pastor once said that. That's embarrassing. Y'all got to get that right before y'all sit up here and chunk rocks at other people. Fix it.
So, Gemini, where have you been for 10
years?
So, Gemini,
You just jumps off the mic and you just let what Ashton shared. Can we just let that breathe for a second?
Yeah, so Gemini, you're saying that it's okay for a platform to be biased? Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure it's clear.
There are a lot of biased platforms. Now, he has to comply with his private company and in the contract that he signed with this private company and by the regulations set forth there, right? Those are the only regulations that he has to abide by. Other than that, First Amendment applies.
So
which is why they brought him back, because he did not violate his contract. And that's why they were worried about the lawsuit, because they know legally they had no standing. So they had to concede, as you should in this moment.
I mean, fuck all this shit. Yeah, real quick, let me hop in here for 1 second, please, Your Honor. Let me hop in here real quick for 1 second. This already also been discussed in Neer versus Missouri and in New York Times Co. versus, I believe, what was that? Hold on, I have it right here. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Moody v. Net Choice. I don't know why I was thinking New York Times. Both have been decided 2 times, really 5 times to be exact, by the Supreme Court. The government cannot intervene inside of any type of news publication or any forms of media to suppress or get rid of anything that they disagree with or find harmful. It's already been ruled as a direct violation of the First Amendment and to the freedoms of press and to the media. So, I mean, fuck the moral standing. The government quite literally cannot intervene.
Yeah, and also just around this question of
That through your thick head.
that there would be
Get that through your head.
Ashton, like the idea that we'd be shocked that there's bias in media. Bias is inherent. Like, I don't know if we understand this. Like, just the editorials that you make about what you include or don't include is a form of bias. The way you talk about something has bias to it. Now, if you're trying to present something as just pure reporting and you're not aspiring to some level of objectivity, you can be judged for that, for being a bad reporter or a bad journalist or something like that. Like, fair enough. Like, that's okay. But of course there's bias. I don't think Fox News should be taken off the air because they've got a clear bias, or that MSNBC or whatever it's called now should be taken off the air because there's clear bias. That bias is okay. You know, and I think in an ideal world, they're honest about the bias, which frankly, both of those channels are honest about their bias. So, like, why are you surprised that there would be bias in media?
Thank you, Your Honor. But let's say this real quick, right? ABC is regulated. They're regulated by the FCC, right? And this is the ways they're regulated by the FCC. If it comes to indecency, obscenity, equal time rules as far as political candidates during debates, during elections, and fairness in advertising, right? But not editorial content. What the FCC does not regulate legally is bias or opinions. So legally, when they started to threaten based on an opinion, they were outside of what they're legally capable of doing. Now, as far as ABC's internal standards, they have internal standards regarding tone and appropriateness, audience expectations, and legal liability. Like, they can't do defamation and misinformation and shit like that, right? But as far as having political humor, political commentary, and political jokes, or left-leaning or right-leaning political jokes, that is a part of the show's identity and 100% legal. So when we're having a conversation about you can have an opinion, that means you don't understand ABC or the FCC. Like, there's no 3 letters in a row that you completely comprehend, or you wouldn't be shocked at the fact that he can have an opinion legally and according to ABC standards.
Also, Gemini, you mentioned the FCC. Remember that, and said that the FCC was essentially stepping over its bounds. Ted Cruz called that out here on the news. That is embarrassing when a Republican is saying that the FCC is overreaching and overbearing. That is embarrassing. Republicans, y'all got to fix that. When you got Republicans sitting up here and saying that you're doing bad, y'all voted for this man. So when you have the blowback that you do, now you understand lawsuits matter. And I'm glad that Jimmy Kimmel, I'm glad that they're back on the air, because you shouldn't be ripped off the air simply because of what you say based on an opinion. We're not in Dubai or Qatar or someplace where it like that. So we got to make sure that people have the right to stay on the air and speak their opinion. He didn't threaten to kill nobody, harm nobody, or nothing like that. And as long as that kind of stuff is within the bounds of his contract, those kinds of things, and he's following his contract like that gentleman said, ain't nothing wrong with that. But y'all got to stop trying to cancel people and take them off the air for what they say. This is America, and y'all better know that. People have rights under the Constitution, and hopefully folks understand that too. Republicans, fix it.
Why don't you fix
Gemini,
the shit that you did? Go ahead.
Can I speak, please, and then I'll pass it to you.
I hear somebody trying to get in there. Who was that?
Malak, I let them always bow down to the mods. Malak, go ahead, sister.
Was that Malak?
Okay, you don't need to bow down, but I appreciate that. And then I'll pass it to Amari. And Jay, did you want to speak as well?
Oh no, I've already said the Supreme Court cases that would rule over this. I mean, this whole conversation is about him being taken off the air. It's stupid based on the Supreme Court cases.
Okay, got you. So Gemini mentioned the equal time rule. We talked about this in the room the other night. Some of you might remember. The equal time rule, so the things people are mentioning, well, you keep inviting people from the left. Why don't you invite people from the right? The equal time rule does not apply to entertainment programming. So as a late night show, it's an entertainment program. The equal time rule doesn't apply to it. As for the timing of, what he said about Charlie Kirk or whatever, Trump tweeted when the announcement was made in the summer about Stephen Colbert. I guess he wasn't tweeting because he's off that site now. But anyway, posted. When the announcement was made about Stephen Colbert and Trump was celebrating, like, yes, I hate Colbert. This is amazing. I don't know if these were his exact words, but basically the sentiment. He said, quote, Jimmy Kimmel is next, unquote, obviously months and months before anything ever happened or was said about Charlie Kirk. He also said, they played a clip and he said it to the cameras. He said, these late night shows or these shows, all they do is hit Trump. That's all they do. You can't do that. Well, obviously you can do that. And that's exactly what late night shows do. If you remember a little story called Monica Lewinsky, they hit Clinton a lot. They hit remember how they called Bush stupid every single day?
Clinton hit Monica.
They hit all of these people. That is what late night shows do. So it's just to show that, okay, thanks, Mike. It's just to show that
that's bad context. That's all.
Okay. In terms of the context, it's not simply about the comments about Charlie Kirk. He's been gunning for this show. And then when they announced the suspension, he said, this is great. Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, you're next. So this is his thing. He wants to go after all of these guys.
Omari, the only reason why I said that was
I think Omari wanted to speak.
I'm just trying to respond to that.
And Mike, I'm not
Omari was next. Let's come after that, man.
Right, I know.
Omari was next. Come on, mute up. Go ahead, Omari.
Mike, if you want to be put in front of people in the line, maybe you shouldn't say that I'm babbling in the chat. Go ahead.
No, what we'll do is this. Lisa's going to put her Cash App up, and if you want to skip the line, you have to hit her Cash App, and then you can go ahead and do that.
Lisa don't have no Cash App.
People,
Man, foot down the throat.
I really don't. I can use somebody else's Cash App, though. And I'm also putting Cash App up if you want to knock people down off the stage and all that kind of shit like that.
Don't do that, Lisa. This
is $5. We'll start at $5.
This is not homeboy's room.
It'll be a $5 a shoot and a $10 recovery paid directly to the owner of the room.
Stop blocking my coins, Amari.
This ain't dark side. Please don't go there, please.
Off the stage.
There's a $5 to shoot fee and a $10 recovery fee paid directly to Lisa.
I've been
I'll get in the queue after Omari.
Lisa does plus users, VIP, get the mod badge also.
Oh, definitely plus members.
Yeah, I'll get in the queue after Omar because I want to respond.
You got to pay to be a plus member of this room, so you have to pay a fee directly to Lisa. Then you're considered a actual 420 plus member. There's a difference.
Okay, go ahead, Omari.
All right, so there's a couple of points I was taking notes on because I don't want to be rude. Ashton, one, what you're seeing right now is something that was going on a decade ago almost. So I think possibly, Ted Cruz, the senator that you mentioned, has talked about the Russian collusion hoax. I think you might want to go back and listen to his videos. 600 days plus, a man was under investigation, which basically destroyed almost the first 2 years of his first term. Think about that. He was told that he was a Russian. Not anyone on this stage. I don't think anyone on this stage had it. They had you guys were putting beer cans of something called molar time. Everybody had molar time. Like, FBI is gonna come and take this man in handcuffs from the White House, and you was pushing that, and everybody believed that bullshit. ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC. 2 years. He lost the midterms because of that. Because he was a Russian asset. So please don't tell us about what's going on now, because we don't want to hear that shit.
I was talking about what happened 10 years ago. I'm talking about here recently. When
it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the you know what. Right?
That's right.
And so now
that's not what I'm talking about, brother. You missaid stuff.
Hold on, can I finish? I took notes. You can take notes and respond back when I finish, respectfully. All right. So I don't want to hear about again on the whole show. Jimmy Kimmel. I don't care. I don't care that Jimmy Kimmel was back on. I don't care when he was off. I just don't care. I don't care that President Trump also has the First Amendment right to also tweet what the fuck he want to tweet. If he want to say the motherfucker should be
anything to stop talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
His First Amendment rights don't go away. His Second Amendment rights don't go away. The Constitution also protects the President of the United States of this America.
It goes to motivation.
It doesn't matter. If he can't force people to fire them. Now, if these corporations actually, buckle, that's on them. They got to grow a backbone. And as long as there's no emails or anything saying there's no quid pro quo to do this, then everything is Gucci.
Omari, I'm gonna show you where you're wrong. Hold up. I love your submission. I appreciate that. It was wonderfully put, sir. However, there's a slight issue with your submission, and I would like to highlight that, right? When you have the president that instates someone as the head of the FCC, and then he says it, and then they start carrying out his bidding, going against what's legal, right? When they start trying to imply we're going to either fine or sanction or punish you if you allow this man to express his opinion, that is 100% illegal. That is no longer, the president has free speech and so does the head of the FCC. No, he's wielding his position, not the president, but the head of the FCC. The president is indirectly. The FCC is doing it directly, and that is technically illegal. It's not my opinion, it's just a fact.
Can I get in the queue?
Let's just say you're right. That's a fact.
Let's just say I'm right. You can literally look that up and then get back me.
So my assumption is that he will be then prosecuted for some type, whichever section of law, federal law that he violated. So he should be prosecuted if it's illegal.
By who? Trump's Justice Department?
Whoever Justice Department. So if he did something illegal, no one's above the law, right? That's what we heard for since
Trump's above the law. Is that they felons and then become president? That's all they're
those are state criminal law. And he was never sentenced by a judge. Why do you guys keep saying 35th hour? And matter of fact, he's not a felon unless the judge actually.
He has 34 convictions.
Convictions make you a felon. Do you know how many people get convicted and they get a suspended sentence?
Nobody else don't know what he's talking about.
Michael, Miss Deborah. Go ahead, Miss Deborah.
She was cussing me up because she gets triggered, Lisa. This is crazy.
Ain't nobody cussing.
She cut me off. Like, that was.
Yeah, but you already.
No time, you guys. What you
quiet.
guys were saying?
I'm trying to tell. Be quiet.
But you know what, Gemini, respectfully, I took notes when everybody was talking. I'm trying to take.
He can say whatever he wants to say. And as a matter of fact, because he does, he's gonna mess around, and Tish James and the other man, all the people that he's gone after, their attorneys are gonna have a field day. because he's now put it all in print that he goes after his enemies. And they literally are going to get off because he likes to tweet. So he can say whatever he wants. Every time he opens his mouth on Twitter and on Truth Social, he makes America weaker because he keeps showing how dumb he is. It's what's on his mind. And it's going to in trouble. But yeah, I think he can say whatever he wants. So why are you arguing that, Mike P? Nobody said he couldn't
It's
say
Amari,
anything.
it's not Mike.
Amari in the chat said it.
And guess what? She ran on getting Trump during her campaign.
And so you cut me off, so I'm gonna keep talking.
It's your room. It's fine.
It's not my room. It's our room. It's yours too. But you know, when you're saying that he never got he didn't get convicted. The judge didn't convict him, but I mean didn't sentence him, but he was convicted. That's what we said. So your points don't even make sense. Sometimes you could just be quiet.
Yeah, he dropped it because he knew that shit was gonna get overturned by the Supreme Court, just like the other bullshit they try to ban. Stop the cap. Why don't you guys be honest? Why can't you call balls or strikes this time around? He knew that was a trumped up, no pun intended, case.
It's just literally free space. It's just literally free space.
She campaigned on getting him. Alvin Bragg campaigned on getting him. We gonna take down Donald Trump. Like, how do you campaign on it and not say that's illegal?
A law enforcer campaigned on prosecuting a criminal. Wow.
Like,
see your bias right there?
That's true.
We are innocent before guilty. That is the Constitution.
Omari, let's say that somebody, I don't want to use you because that'd be rude. I don't want to disrespect you. Let's say there was somebody that was a pedophile. Random person, they're a pedophile. And then a prosecutor takes office, and then they're a notorious pedophile. Everybody knows about it, but somehow they've been able to escape the law. And then a prosecutor campaigns on, you know what, I'm going to hold this pedophile accountable. Doesn't mean that the guy's not a pedophile. Doesn't mean that the prosecutor is wrong for saying, I'm going to target this particular pedophile. It just means that the DA is letting it be known, I'm going to target this pedophile. They didn't create a crime. They didn't find something and make it up.
But the basic question you have to ask is what you
want those actions for which he was held accountable. So what you're saying shows a lack of accountability. Wow, somebody said they're going to hold him accountable for his crime. What's wrong with them? Are you serious?
This is wild. This is just a really strong. I mean, I don't even know why you guys bring this up. This is just crazy.
By Omari in the first place, because what we were actually talking about.
I responded to Ashton.
And when the government violates free speech, what doesn't happen is like the government official doesn't go to prison. That's not what happens. Like what happens is that there's a ruling by a judge that says that this person's free speech rights or whatever constitutional right has been violated, and they say to the person who's violating those rights that you need to stop violating those rights. And in some cases, there's some kind of action that then happens above and beyond that, right? It could potentially be remuneration, right? They may get some money. They may get their job back. There's different things that can happen when your rights are violated. What doesn't happen is someone goes to prison. Like, for example, there was one of the ways that Biden tried to, provide student loan relief. It went through the courts. It was decided in multiple directions and ultimately decided that one of the ways that he had tried to provide student loan relief was actually illegal. And so he needed to not do that. And he didn't go to prison just because he was wrong.
And he actually tried to do it again, even after they said it.
You guys need basic civics to just understand how the law works. And you keep talking and then you shift it to something completely different. Now we're talking about the 34.
Because you made a statement and then you didn't even justify your statement that he still tried to do it after the Supreme Court. And let's just put a ball on it.
Different, Omari.
Yeah, he put sprinkles on shit. That's what he did. So
that's what you think. That's your opinion.
So let's just hold on. Let's put a ball on the shit.
And the thing that you're doing is you're pretending like the law isn't complicated. So it is often complicated. However,
that's not complicated.
What is it?
The Supreme Court said you can't do it, and he tried to redo it again with something different.
Do you know that he won in lower court, Amari?
The Supreme Court said you cannot.
Do you know that he won? Do you know that he won in lower court?
And the Supreme Court. I know what the Supreme Court said.
Okay, but if the lower
let's put a
court,
bonus. Hold on, we're derailed.
Stop. No, you're going to stop for a second.
Okay, go ahead and finish what you're going to say.
If the lower court ruled one way, and a higher court rules another way, that's almost the definition of it being complicated. If judges who are trained in the law, who are literally in their positions to adjudicate, disagree, then there is complexity. What there is not complexity in is the government shutting down speech. It's cut and dried. There's no question about it. There's no gray area here. This is a gross violation of free speech. And the idea that you're dancing around this just either shows A, that you're ignorant, or B, you're disingenuous.
Okay, you went back to free speech. I'm going to put a bow on this. All of the, you guys have been on this app for a while. Saying
It's
the same
A.
thing. Everybody's been on this app. And guess what? You haven't beat the man. You haven't beat him. You haven't beat us. You haven't beat him. We beat you. We have to, hold on, let me finish. I'm going to put a bow on. I'm going to let Jay go. We beat you 2 out of the 3 elections. We took out Biden in June of 2024. Destroyed him, got him off the debate, got him the fuck out of there, right? Then we beat you in November. So this stupid guy, this guy you call dumb and all this other shit, he beat you guys.
Yeah.
You guys can't, and it's over.
Let me
Your argument is Mike
done.
is right.
It doesn't matter
You're an
anymore.
authoritarian piece of shit.
We have destroyed
and this is
you.
why you can't be tolerated.
This is why you can't win elections, because you don't know anything about what voters really care about.
And there's a chance you might not win.
When you say we, I assume you're including yourself and Trump. Is that right?
The people, anyone who voted for Trump beat the people who didn't vote for Trump. We beat you guys, fair and square, 77 million of us. Destroyed you.
And it wasn't close. Like Kamala keeps saying it was close. It wasn't close.
You're so funny.
And they don't want to talk about that lie too. She keeps lying.
She keeps saying that it was the closest.
Yeah, 1% difference is pretty close.
Yeah, when it just California 3 months.
After the election, now y'all didn't check the numbers no more. Y'all dumb. Y'all didn't check after all the numbers were counted because y'all dumb.
It took California 3 months to count their votes.
The total number of
Not
votes.
one swing state.
And the way the Electoral College works is important here. And it was 200,000 votes across 3 states. If you don't believe the math, and you can do math, you can double check these numbers. It was 200,000 votes. Thank you very much.
And it still took California to count their votes. I think they're still counting votes in California.
To do with it.
They're still counting votes in California.
Nothing to do with it.
I think they're still counting Bernie votes in Iowa.
Well, Donald Trump is still counting 2020. So what's your point?
What does any of this have to do with?
He's still talking about he lost. He's getting in 2020. So what's your point? What's your point?
He feels that he was cheated. But what I'd like to say, and
He feels like he was cheated.
He's still talking about it.
I think he lost fair and square too. But really,
Let's hear from Jay because we haven't heard from Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, no,
okay. I was just really confused
You can go after Jay, Mike. Go ahead.
Oh, I was in the queue after Amari. Now I gotta.
Do I have to move you down again? Please let Jay speak.
Okay, so
Mike, behave. Control yourself.
I was in the queue and I was just saying, like, I was giving somebody.
Y'all hear Lisa talking? You guys just give me a second. I just came up with a novel idea. And I know that some of you guys are going to push back on it. But I think we need one MAGA as a mod. You guys agree or disagree?
No.
No, boom the room,
Lisa, someone will bully your
yeah,
room.
they'll boom your room.
Lisa, you know what you just said? One mic, the equivalent of what you just said is I think at some point the clowns need to run the circus. Like, no.
No, Lisa. I wouldn't even expect
Even though you said it was supposed to be biased, right?
It's just that I want to prioritize voices. It's just that I want
love you to death, but I
to prioritize
could
people
never
who
come
don't
out of
speak
this
a lot.
No,
That's all.
the queue was the queue. right?
I'll go after Mike just to be fair.
The Q was
Just to be fair, because I was waiting. No. Listen. Mike was waiting for a fat ass minute.
No,
Let Mike go, then I'll go after him.
this whole time.
Okay, fine. Jay's deciding to be generous, so we'll hear from Mike.
I think Pink will be a good mod.
Let me go, because fuck that. Yeah, let me go.
Basically, what it is, I would love to be able to just respond to Malak real fast. Again, there's no issues with it at all. But when you spoke about, I know, just mute it up, because I can't give the feedback. Yeah, can somebody tell her to mute up, please?
Let
What did you just say, man?
Mike, just go, fam. Come on, bro. This is my friend.
It has to be a level of decorum. Why is he all
She's not bothering you. Mike either go or don't. Like, she's not bothering you.
Y'all be muting my mic when I'm off my stuff.
Play the game.
Hey, you about to get dropped. You just say something.
My mic just got muted, but y'all couldn't hear her.
Okay, go ahead. Who's next?
Okay, Brooklyn. Brooklyn and then Jay, or was it Jay and then Brooklyn?
See what they're doing in your room, right? You muted my mic, but you couldn't mute her mic. Okay.
Mike, if you have a point to make, you need to make this. Go ahead.
I do have a point.
You're being disruptive. I'm going to drop you, and Lisa can be mad at me. Either make your point or don't.
I mean, the rules are the rules.
Give me a grand man.
Okay, go ahead. That's it. Go ahead. Who's next? No, I didn't. I dropped him. Who's next?
Don't let him talk.
Okay. And Jay.
You have to moderate the room and keep the moving.
Go ahead.
Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually going to hear what Mike has to say.
Okay, Brooklyn, go ahead. Jay's submission. Let's hear Brooklyn.
Just wanted to point out the fact that y'all doing it again. Y'all wasting your time on people that don't give a fuck. Like, these people are literal retards. Like, and come in the room telling us that we're way better. So we've been watching all day. I wish I could really. Can I finish? I know you start off telling me that just said y'all doing it again. I didn't say that. I didn't say nothing about your room being revamped. You're doing it again. What am I doing? Just saying that y'all wait for y'all breath arguing with these niggas. Like, just have a conversation with them at the end of the day. Cause
That's what we're doing. No one's.
No, you're not. Brooklyn. I already told you to stop talking to me.
Brooklyn, you know I love you.
Don't please let me finish.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Just have a regular conversation with these idiots, because they're really not. They're not hearing you out. All I hear is you, Democrats. I guess that's what y'all trying to prove to them that y'all right, and y'all are right, but they don't care, right? So just have to talk and keep moving. That's it. I don't really. Let me just leave.
You just don't know how to debate, and that's the problem. You should stay here and
What
learn from us.
am I debating? What am I debating? And who am I debating with?
You just want to have a human centipede conversation. They don't want human centipede in 420. That's they don't want the human centipede.
When you in the white beards and all of them other rooms, or all of them Republicans, you have a regular center conversation.
I spend 99% of my time in here. 99% of my time.
Okay. I don't know why you're talking to me.
Because you need to just have a conversation. It's easy. You're an adult now. You can have a conversation with Notorious and Mike. It's not that hard.
You're spreading misinformation, and you're not a real person. You're an adult that acts like a child. And every time
I'm educating you when you call me a child.
You're not educated anything.
Omar, stay on mute.
Pink Pill was
I
wrong
got this,
as fuck
Deb.
when she
I don't need your
was
help.
You're going to
y'all
stay
do
on
nothing
mute.
but fucking
She needs to learn. She needs to understand that,
that
please.
y'all, when y'all come up here, all you niggas is struggling, and y'all on here to make yourselves feel better, like y'all winning something, and y'all not. Y'all never won anything in y'all lives. And the closest y'all ever got to winning was an orange man winning the fucking presidency while taking all your rights away. So if this is winning to y'all, then I definitely know that y'all
I have children and a grandbaby. I'm winning in life. I don't know. I created life.
You're a loser in life.
I created life. I'm winning. This is just Clubhouse. This might be winning for you, but not for me.
This is.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're not here to insult each other.
No, we're not going to bring personality into this.
Because I will really let you have it. Don't do
No, it's not about that. It's not about us being
Don't
personal. I treat you so sweet.
Don't do because you already know they're gonna censor me after I get in your ass. So let it go.
Why would you drop me down when we're having a conversation?
You need to stop. You're not in the line.
Not drop Amari. I'm gonna go in the audience now. Bye.
I'm gonna Brooklyn. Just stay up. There's no need for you to go. It's not that deep, bro. Like, why do you running?
One second.
No, I want her to stay on the stage and talk to us.
That's my point. So just give me a second. Brooklyn, come back up. Finish saying what you're saying. Omar, you can go back so she's finished. Thanks much.
Yeah, for sure. She comes back out. I'll give her the mic, and then I just wanna continue. I like Brooklyn a lot. Yeah. She comes back on stage.
I was trying to keep you on mute while she was talking. You kept.
Okay, you know what? Let me just do this for you guys, okay? I love all you guys to death. I really do. I really, really do. And I give them a lot of free range here. But there's certain people that I do not want dropped. And Amari is one of them. Don't want him dropped. He spends a lot of time in here. He contributes to the room a lot. Amari can talk the entire fucking shift. And I appreciate him contributing to the room as that other voice. Without him being in this room to push back, it's a lot of dead air. So I appreciate you, Amari, and I welcome you to the room. I welcome you to speak. I welcome you to contribute. And you guys gotta understand that. And until you contribute as much as Amari and Deborah and all the people who are always and Gemini and all the people who are always off mic making this room what it is, step back. It's crazy. Mari doesn't do anything wrong. He is the most gentle MAGA that I've ever met. Okay? He's not annoying like Manfinity. He doesn't hate me like Notorious. I mean, just why you guys want to pick on Amari?
He's antagonizing Brooklyn.
No, he was not.
Antagonizing? Have you guys heard antagonizing? When people come on stage and call me a bitch and talk about my vagina and talk about my kids? That's what I call antagonizing.
I would call that worse than antagonizing.
Well, I'm just saying. So Amari's done none of that. He just has a different opinion. So
Okay.
I'm good. I mean, I don't know if you guys are not good. I'm pretty good.
Brooklyn, I sent you an invite. You don't want to come back up, Brooklyn.
Okay, so on that note, I know that
I'm not done talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Brooklyn, you don't want to come back up.
Mike, we got Matt on the stage now. We got you. We got Amari. We got Notorious. Let's just have this conversation. It's getting late. So let's just have it. I was enjoying the hell out of it. I got people over here listening to you guys. We're enjoying it.
Yes, indeed. No, I wanted to respond to what Malak had said some time ago. I mean, we got a little bit disengaged by all that battle. And shout out to Amari, because he's way more patient than I am. But, you know, when Malak brought up the whole thing, because we were talking about Jimmy Kimmel, you know, and again, I don't agree with him being taken off the air, just for the record. But the difference in this country, when you bring up Bill Clinton and his improprieties and how they was spoken about on late night TV, and also with Bush, you know, the country was in a different time. It was a different tone, it was a different energy. It was a lot more balanced. If you did something, no matter who did it, they fried you up. And we're cool with that. What has happened with the emergence of Donald Trump is that it has tilted dramatically to the point now where you hardly talk about
he's
the Democrats.
Constantly
Wait, no. It has tilted, and we can see that it's tilted. There were many more Republicans that were being invited, people and conservatives back in those days that you spoke to, that were invited on those shows, that were allowed to speak, that were allowed to promote their books, that were allowed to, you know, pontificate and say all sorts of things. It was just a different time. It was way more balanced. Today it is not. And that has a lot to do with the emergence of Donald Trump. If I could just point out. And so when you do things like that, and when people are seeing this, and they're seeing the disproportionate way in which one side is being served versus the other side is being attacked. Or one side is able to be accepted versus the other side isn't necessarily. Or one side is being, kind of, you're handling with kid gloves, but the other side you're going extra in. Again, I don't have a problem with anybody going extra in on Donald Trump, it's fine. But when you're not doing that to the other side, you gotta get, at some point, you can't be that, like you're not God. Like you can't believe that your side is so right and so progressive and so ambassador for excellence that you just get to do whatever you want to do. And then when they start doing things, then all of a sudden it's a hola. And that's the problem.
Undesired.
Which show? Who's not invited to go on a show? What show that you're talking about? Because you can say that all day long. You have no proof of what you just said. None whatsoever. None. We see a lot of conservatives every day. None. You just talking. I never have one time given any evidence to any submission that you make. You just talk, run your mouth. Okay, so then put something in the damn book. Give us one. Give us one. An example. There was yeah, you might have an example, but Mike don't have one. Mike don't have one. Yeah,
wait a minute. Can we not act like that? Can we not act like that? MAGAs are the same as conservatives, please? Because they're not. MAGAs up today. None of that, please. When you're talking about the past, I'm assuming you're talking about like around between 2000 and 2016 about when Republicans and Democrats can all go on these little podcast interview shows, shit like that, promote themselves, promote their books, promote their works. It's a very completely different time from then. Even Democrats between 2000 and 2015.
And there is no God than me, and my Lord had it.
Jay, I think you're in the mood
now. Therefore, I am by my name.
Jay, you're in the matrix. Jay, you were in the matrix.
Oh, okay.
With me. Since I am infinite space,
fucked up, man. We can't hear
and the
you.
infinite stars that are nearly also lies.
No, you're not good.
Y'all literally have conservatives literally have conservative radio and conservative TV channels. Like that is which radio show is called the liberal channel?
And also,
so y'all have been doing this a whole way longer.
Not to choose just one path for justice and transparency.
Y'all would try to say, but okay, y'all can't even admit y'all can't even admit Donald Trump had 34 convictions. Also, we expect y'all to be truthful, especially you, Mike Pence. You still ain't admitted that. Nothing you say is credible, sir.
Yeah, hang on, Jay.
There's also the show Real Time with Bill Maher, if you're familiar with that popular late night program, which has had a number of conservatives on it. And just the other week had Ben Shapiro.
That's one, yes, indeed, that's one.
Jay, all right, you still there? I think you're good.
All right, cool. Yeah. I do just want to say though, I feel like Mike is correct, but I feel like when you say conservatives, Mike, we're getting like conservatives back then between 2000, I would say actually 1998 and in 2016, between that time period, conservatives and Democrats of then would look at the conservatives and Democrats of today and say, what the fuck are you doing? Both parties have kind of gone a little bit too far to the left and too far to the right. You can't agree on shit. So I can understand what you're saying when you mean that neither side can really do as much as they used to promote themselves as they used to. You are correct. But let's also not act like it's all the same party as they used to be. Both sides have gone too far, and both sides have not been right on many occasions. And to the guy, I forgot who it was earlier, who said that Trump beat us. You're absolutely right. He did beat us. I mean, Trump did beat Democrats. He absolutely did. We weren't together. We weren't, however. And if we
get our shit together and be a repeat in the next presidential election. But we got some time. Hopefully we can do a little bit of a turnaround. And finally, Mike, you are also correct about the emergence of Donald Trump. It did change the political landscape as a whole, as you can see. And we can't say it's not. That's all.
Hey, Jay, can I ask you a lot with what you said? Can I ask you one question, though, Jay?
Sure.
1 sec, please. True or false? Donald J. Trump's first president not only to be a convicted felon, but with 34 felonies. True or false?
Yeah, he has 34 convictions.
Mike, your name's not Jay. Go on mute. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, he has 34 convictions. I mean, what's the issue here?
Okay, but the issue is that it's easy for you to say, but Mike, for some reason, is allergic to reality. I just wanted to put it out there.
You want to ask me the question?
Right.
Yes, he has 34 convictions.
I've been waiting to
Does that
go.
make you happy now?
I'm waiting to go. I'm gonna go.
I want to ask you something.
I'm gonna go. You
Jay,
can ask
it's
the
just
question
a
after me, buddy.
disingenuous. That's all, Jay. Yeah, I want to ask you a question real quick.
And so,
if
just
I
hold on a
may.
second. Hold on a second, Butter. You're gonna go after me, and I'm gonna go right now. So I disagree with something that you said, Jay, and I think it's a really important distinction. I have no problem with fierce disagreement. I have no problem with Republicans or MAGA or whoever else having their own space where they have their own media. They only talk to their own people, or if they want to have a diverse set of opinions, I don't have a problem with that either. I think that's all fine. I absolutely believe in each and every person's right to be able to do those different things. I don't like OAN. I don't think it should be taken off the air, right? I don't like Fox News. I don't think it should be taken off the air, right? What's going on now is that there wasn't an Obama or Biden push to take Fox News off the air, right? Or to take, say, Jesse Waters off the air. But there has been a Trump administration effort to go after late night hosts that he doesn't like. That is different in kind. And this idea that it's like, oh, well, now the shoe's on the other foot, or the rabbit has the gun, whatever other stupid ass phrase people are using, is nonsense. Because that actually isn't what's happening. And in the rare cases where there's been something where there's been some kind of malfeasance on the side of the Democrats, that's where there's been targeting, I'm against that. I don't think that that's good. It's very rarely happened, though. What we're seeing now under Donald Trump is a wide-scale use of government to go after Trump's perceived enemies. And that is something that is different. It is new. It is not something that, like, George W. Bush did in the same way, or Clinton did in the same way, or Obama or Biden. It is uniquely, to the extent that we're seeing now, it is uniquely a Trump thing. And pretending that those two things are equal does a disservice to all of us, because they are not equal.
I never tried to make them seem equal, so I'm a little confused as to where you.
That part, thank you.
You were saying you did this both sides thing where you think both sides have been doing this and coming at each other back and forth. And if I misunderstood that, or maybe what I'm really doing is pointing out what I think is a really important omission. Maybe that's what's going on here. I'm pointing out what I think is an extremely important omission. That the thing that we've been talking about around free speech is really about the use of government power, about using offices that belong to the people for personal or political gain, as opposed to using them in service of the pop and the popular good.
The other thing
Can we bring up Christian?
They just punish in different ways.
No lady punchers allowed on stage.
Can we? Butter has been waiting to talk.
Yeah, I've been trying to, and I'm going to be super.
Go ahead.
The only thing I wanted to add was that there were all kinds of changes as far as election integrity in Georgia in particular during that election that really affected certain groups of people, certain counties.
Election.
The primary election when Trump and well before that actually it was I think 2021 when they started the reforms in Georgia. They had some kind of a election integrity act, I believe it was called.
Right,
where
they lost the state and then they tried to make it harder for everyone to vote. Go ahead.
Exactly. So that's the only thing I wanted to add is that there was, I think
if you want to make changes like that, just so that you can make it difficult for people to vote or be confused about where they're going to vote now, or make their polls so far away that it deters them from voting, I think you could say that's manipulative. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Butter. So I did a little research, and there have been a number of conservatives on these late night shows. Now, it's important to point out that the Bill Maher show, for example, which I named, that's an explicitly political show. Most of these shows are not explicitly political. The only really political part is the monologue. They joke about current events and politics. But after the monologue is finished, in terms of the guests, as I said, they mainly have actors, comedians, musicians. They don't have politicians a lot. Usually, in order to be a politician that can get on these shows, you have to have a very high profile, i.e. be quite famous. But that being said, they have had a number of conservative guests. They had Jimmy Kimmel in 2021 and 23, had Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. They've had Orrin on The Daily Show. This is all in the past few years. Orrin Cass, conservative policy thinker. They've had Meghan McCain. They've had Ted Cruz, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger. Now, I think part of the problem, by the way, in terms of the liberals, it's not like they've had that many more. They've had, like I said, big names: Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, Tammy Duckworth, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren. But if you're using the same time period, it's not that many more politicians. But I think the difference between someone was saying MAGA and conservatives, it's not really the same thing. I think part of the problem is these network late night shows, they're within the mainstream. So first of all, not all the late night shows have guests like that, but of the ones they do, the network shows are very much in the mainstream. And a lot of the MAGA policy positions and the things that they say, they're very far outside of the mainstream. So they're trying to move, they want to move the mainstream, but it's in the process. They haven't fully moved it yet. So if you want to go so far outside of the mainstream in terms of the things that you back and the views that you have, yeah, you probably won't be brought up on mainstream media as much. That's all I wanted to say.
I would say this again, and again, thank you, Lisa, for what you stated. It's frustrating because all we do, I know Mike does a little bit more trolling than most of us. I know TC comes on, he's Mike, you do have to chill out just a little bit. But other than that, we all try to come in. I respect Brooklyn. I think she's smart. I think everybody here is smart. We have, like, for example, Aaron just said one thing, and then I posted an article where we know that they tried to stop Fox News. Don't hold on before you come off mic. We know that when Tucker Carlson got kicked off, he was laughing. He thought it was funny. So again, let's not act like Jimmy Kimmel has not been Kimmel. I did the B again, right? Malak, sorry. Let's not act like he did not make fun when Tucker lost his job.
Was that a result of the interference of the federal government?
I don't know why Tucker got. I don't know why.
We make an argument and you don't respond to the argument. You ignore it. You call it a nothing burger, and then you just repeat yourself.
I absolutely called it a nothing burger. I did.
Oh, but hold on, but real quick, why? I mean, we're just talking.
You named about 5 or 6 names.
When Bill O'Reilly got kicked off, people were excited.
What I'm telling you is that there is parity. That is what I'm saying.
It's nothing.
And if there's a lack of representatives, I'm explaining to you why. Now, if you want to disagree with that, go ahead. But if you're here to just insult me, well, I guess I have to take it because it's.
I didn't insult you. I just said that whole thing.
You said I'm babbling, and I said nothing.
I said that statement wasn't a nothing burger. I didn't say that you weren't smart. I never said that you were unintelligent. I never said that you weren't smart. I said that particular thing just didn't really, because again, at the end of the day, it doesn't usurp my point, which is there is a disproportionate amount of people that are on the left and are invited on the platform.
No, it wasn't him, Debbie. It was Malik. He didn't say nothing about me.
But
I'm just saying, I haven't even said nothing, and you guys are calling me out. I'm just over here sitting down doing what I gotta do. You guys are having a good time. You run the room.
Please never you mind them. You do your homework. Never take time.
Do your homework. But Malak, you just went over what I just said. You went straight to Mike, right?
Let me respond to you, Amari.
No. You can go. Can you go after her?
What you said was Jimmy Kimmel left when Tucker Carlson was taken off the air. Is that right?
Yes, he did. Yes.
So what I'm telling you is, you're saying, see, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing, because that wasn't because of the federal government. If Jimmy Kimmel got bad ratings, or there was a petition from the public to take him, or under any other circumstance, and everyone on the right laughed about it, that would be one thing. That would be fine. I mean, maybe some of us wouldn't like it, but whatever. The difference is the government went after him. That is what you have to deal with.
After an assassination, you're trying to talk about something where it's an assassin. A person got killed in front of millions of people. You're more upset about Jimmy Kimmel than someone got assassinated.
I'm not upset about Jimmy Kimmel. I'm upset about the First Amendment.
That is wild.
That's something because somebody got killed. Niggas die every day, B.
That government doesn't care about assassinations because they were all popping jokes when the Minnesota's one got assassinated. They all popped jokes when they got assaulted. When they
I don't know anyone from that was popping jokes.
So don't give me that fake bullshit that we're all so concerned about these. Oh, nobody was violent. It was an assassination now.
Can you find where Tucker Carlson, or will you find anyone else that went on TV, or someone that went on TV, like Gutfeld or somebody?
Mike Lee was.
I'm talking about a TV person. I'm talking about a TV
senator
person.
A big deal? Is the senator more or less important?
Can we keep it equivalent to like Jimmy Kimmel? We're talking about a talk show host.
This is fucking insane.
You want to talk about a senator? We're talking about Jimmy Kimmel. Why? You see how you move the goalposts? You do this all the time, and you say I do this.
You're talking about somebody with more power than Jimmy Kimmel. How dare you?
Because we're talking about Jimmy Kimmel right now.
This is literally someone of greater import. Like, what are
we? We can go to politicians next, but can we?
I want to actually respond to what you said earlier about your supposed examples of things like that. Now, there's only one thing that you've said, which I think has merit, and I do think it has merit, which was the Obama administration. Potentially, and keep in mind, potentially, I don't actually believe they ever went through with this, trying to exclude Fox News from some kind of like pool. I didn't agree with it. I don't think it's something that should be done. Like, I don't think that's a good thing. So that piece, I think, has some credence. That said, even that is actually not a violation of free speech. It's just a violation of good practice for a White House in terms of transparency. Like, it's not actually a free speech violation.
Why can't you just say it's first wrong? Why can't you just say it's wrong and then we just move on?
I literally just said.
Yeah, but why do you have to add the extra to it?
Because let me explain to you why. Because the law matters, the Constitution matters, and if we're having a conversation about free speech, we're talking about the Constitution and the rights that it confers. And if you move the goalposts so that it's not about the Constitution anymore, that's a meaningful difference that I'm going to point out, because if we're talking about when someone is violating rights or not, it really matters. And again, the point that I've been making is that what Donald's administration are doing right now is different in kind, and that he deserves the label authoritarian is because he is violating the Constitution, which is our founding document that we all agree to live under as citizens of the United States of America and permanent residents. Everyone else is here. So that is the point. And you keep saying that you keep trying to draw equivalences that's not there. And I've already said, I don't think they were there with George W. Bush. I don't think George W. Bush did this stuff.
You know who Lois Lerner is? Do you know who Lois Lerner is? Does anyone on the stage know who Lois Lerner is?
This is the IRS lady.
And what happened with that? Who knows? Was that constitutionally? Was that being considered democracy? And was that being kind, as you would say, or would that be considered dictatorship? When you go after who?
So if I believe the right-wing version of that story,
the right-wing version,
which is essentially that they were going after right-wing organizations and targeting them explicitly, I would definitely feel like that was an abuse of power.
Thank you.
It's not freedom of speech. but it's a different thing. Look, I'm against government overreach. There's lots of other examples of government overreach that I can point out, and I don't really give a shit at which side that it's on. However, it's still not the same thing as what's happening here. And if you're worried about Lois Lerner, I sincerely hope that you've got the balls to say on this stage that what Donald Trump has recently done in terms of trying to prosecute Comey and Tish James is far worse and wildly unacceptable.
Wild.
Are those crickets I'm hearing?
I'm sorry. No. Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead, then.
Sorry, you know,
you agree? Okay.
Okay, yeah, we can agree with that, right?
I give you more credit than I'd give to someone like Mac Bullman. I appreciate it.
But no, you don't have to throw Mike. But the difference with Mike, when Mike comes here, Andrew, he's not coming here to have an agreement. He's there to have that alternative fact side. So Mike is my alternative. Notorious is my alternative facts guy. I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be a little different. That's gonna see both sides. I'm gonna listen and I'm gonna make a decision. But if you just shit on Trump 24/7, if you just gonna shit on Trump and then don't look at anything historically and be like, you know what, this ain't, when you act like this is the first time some shit has happened. That, to me, I think you're playing with our
So Omari, the difference.
So Omari, the problem with what you're saying is that there's a question of magnitude here, right? So the magnitude of what has happened in previous administrations, Republican and Democrat, is not even close to what is happening under this administration, and in particular, Trump 2, much worse than Trump 1. Trump 1 was bad. Trump 2
I disagree, and it's because Google just had to reinstate. I know this isn't having to do with comedians, but it does have to do with free speech. Google just went in front of the Senate and said that the Biden administration leaned on them hard to get rid of content creators that were talking about COVID in the way that they did not want to talk about it. They banned people. They just YouTube just welcomed.
But the basic question you have to ask is, what should the role of government
that they banned
be?
during
The founders asked
COVID.
that question.
That, in terms of magnitude, is huge. I would argue more huge than Kimmel, more huge, bigger than taxes. You actively work to suppress speech for years, and it lives. And you guys just act like, look it up. It just happened yesterday. Just yesterday. Why do you guys act like you were born today and you don't remember what you did yesterday?
Don't hold up. You can give your opinion without the personal attacks. Now, with that said, let me respond to this. We're not acting like we were born yesterday. You are by saying that. But in response to what you just, as far as what Biden did, I'm not familiar with that. I heard bits and pieces, and I don't agree with it. If he was suppressing voices in the interest of trying to further his cause or further his opinion or agenda, I don't agree with it on either side. So there you go.
No, that was about.
But I don't know if it is or not. But I will say this: what about? We're talking about what is currently impacting the economy. The rights of people right now that have platforms right now. Biden is not doing that. Biden is simply trying to take care of himself. Right now, we have a current president that are doing things that are currently impacting us, which is why we're currently speaking about. If you could stay in the present instead of redirecting the conversation to Biden, which is what the typical Republican does, because they don't know how to actually verbalize what's happening now or contextualize what's happening now.
But so you can't let that lie just lay there.
Yeah, go for it.
He was trying to stop misinformation.
Right, but they're going to just try to lean on Biden. Let's take what's doing right now. What's she saying? Go ahead. What you saying, Deborah?
It's not a lie. It's true.
Yeah, it's not a lie.
It's not a lie.
Can we stay in the present tense? Stay on topic. Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
Skipping paragraphs is a
Okay, I'm sorry. I jumped out the car. I forgot, and I wasn't on my Bluetooth. I'm just saying we ain't got.
You go slide in the whip.
But she can't just say that and we not respond to that. She's lying.
Yes, they were just in court yesterday, but I'm still talking
in 2006.
And they were trying to shut down all of the misinformation, all of the Russian bots
It took over the Fed
that,
in
just
2006.
flying all over the internet. The same thing that's happening now. He was trying to get some of that regulated. That's it.
It took over the Fed in 2006.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you. Yeah, because it's not about who's lying and who's not. It's about telling the whole story.
It took over the Fed
the
in 2006.
Google article that broke the news that broke. It was about Biden making sure that they minimized or eliminated misinformation, like Deborah said, or disinformation. The misinformation around COVID and the disinformation around the election. It wasn't just random creators that support the right side. It was in the interest of public health. And the misinformation around how the elections were suppressing vote and putting misinformation out there with like the Russian bots and stuff like Deborah said. Tell the whole story.
That makes a big difference.
Damn.
That makes a big difference.
So you gonna say they pressed the laptop? Wow.
I'll just respond with this. You always think that you are in the right and justified in what you do when you have the power to do it.
You will always convince yourself that you are more right than the other side.
It was in the interest of public health.
It was a pandemic. And there's a difference between pressuring and coercion.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down.
They said, do what we're telling you
Charlie,
to do.
I don't know if
these are the consequences that we will bring to bear that have nothing to do with our actual work, but are purely about getting you to do what we want you to do. There's no evidence that the Biden administration said there's going to be grave consequences on Facebook, and we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear if you don't do what we're telling you to do. There's a difference between coercion and pressure.
And they didn't. They added fact checking. They added fact checking. They didn't remove everybody.
Mark Zuckerberg went in front of Senate and admitted that they were pressured, that they suppressed. Like, just look it up. You don't have to. I know.
Okay, but all of these
suppressed.
Tell the whole story.
Okay,
hold on, y'all. Y'all let Denise speak.
Too many people talking.
It's the fault. Y'all keep skipping the context. It's the content that they suppressed. It's the content that impacted public health. It was the misinformation, and they didn't remove it all. At some point, they acquiesced and put fact checking in place.
That is correct. That's exactly what they did. It's useless to actually talk to these people about these things because they're always going to try to draw equivalences to what you're doing because they pre-rationalize that what you're doing is as bad as what they're doing. The nuance or the context doesn't matter because that takes your actual brain, using your actual brain to decipher out the information or actually knowing the information in order to make a fair comparison. But damn that. I pre-rationalize that you do wrong stuff too. So I'm going to say that this is wrong stuff without any of the context, without explaining the entirety of what you're talking about, just so that I can draw an equivalence and say you do stuff too. That is the simplicity of this degeneracy.
Yeah, you never take. And there's something else that's important to point out here. There is a difference between having an or else attached to things and not having them attached to things. If a public health official calls you and says, we believe that, you're a vector for misinformation that's leading to the deaths of people or the potential deaths of people, we think you should take this down. That's very, very different than someone saying, you need to take this down or else you're going to face sanctions.
That's what I said.
There's some other business. There's some, oh my God, fucking A. It is different when the government wields its power to force you to be coercive. I have not seen any evidence that they have been coercive. If you have that evidence, that it's not just them saying, we think you should do this, but actually, if you don't do this, we're going to take X action, please provide that evidence.
Oh my God, that's crazy what he just said. Can you believe he just said that? If they went into the city and said they felt pressure, if they said they felt pressure,
feeling pressure is not coercion. What the fuck? What are we doing?
When the American government tells you to do something, you do it.
By the way,
they didn't do that.
these are all
Listen to the damn Senate.
Can I speak? These are all the same tech guys that we saw at the inauguration, kissing the ring, wanting to work with Trump, wanting to have the Trump administration smile upon them. So the fact that they're coming out now and saying something that is very helpful to Trump and aligned with the MAGA agenda, I have to question their motives.
So we're getting into conspiracy theories now?
Okay, so
That's not a conspiracy theory. They're doing it for the money because they don't want to, because of the deregulations. But again, it doesn't take away from the point that the time and what was going on throughout that time. Just like when you brought about Bill Clinton and everything in the time, what was happening? What was the time of the country? What was happening at that time? But again, if we're going to have...
It was a pandemic where millions of lives were at stake. Millions of lives at stake.
Every single time that we bring up something about the Democratic side, you just want to sweep it under the rug and you just want to say, oh, well, you know, they...
And then you want to be emotional and say,
like you guys did things too.
Yeah, see, that's the whole point. Like,
that's exactly what you just said.
We're the ones that don't take accountability.
You guys
have not once. None of you guys have done taking accountability. None of you.
But you guys started.
Let Quinn speak.
You guys Malak, you guys said that one
Mike on Quinn.
There you go.
I'm just, it's very obvious. I mean, to anybody with half a brain. This is what you're doing. You're trying to draw equivalences instead of actually addressing what's being said. I've heard Janice, I've heard Aaron say twice that this was about a pandemic. This was about information trying to make it so that disinformation and misinformation didn't enter the sphere. This is a false equivalence to what you are talking about. Yeah, you are still trying to draw equivalences because you don't want to address the actual information, the context of what's being said. It's very easy to dismiss context, A, when you don't know it, and B, when you don't care. Because it doesn't matter. The whole point of it is to say that you do wrong stuff too. And I'm going to do that so that I don't seem like I'm the only one, or I'm endorsing the only team that does fucked up shit. And no one here has said that there's not equivalences, that there aren't some. We're saying that this isn't one of them. And you keep trying to draw equivalences, which makes you look less credible for every other argument you make, because you can't even admit when this is not that.
So stop blaming Trump for everything. Stop saying this is a crisis. Stop using words like that. Don't use crisis words.
So he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the difference between equivalency. I don't think he does.
Don't use words like dictatorship. Don't use those words because we have evidence to show that you guys have done crazy things too.
Exactly.
Here's the problem.
And you can still use them in both contexts, Amari. That's your problem. If something rises to the level of someone doing something doing something to achieve autocracy, or if it's doing something that is aligned with a dictator, then you can call it that.
No, that isn't for you to decide.
Yes, it
There's
is.
no evidence of it. No,
it
it
is
isn't.
an observation.
That doesn't mean it's right.
It can be proven that they are in alignment. I'm not saying that they're simply.
That's called rhetoric, by the way.
I'm saying that if you can draw equivalences between the two, where they are alike, then yes, you can call it that. And what most people are asserting is that it is in. What most people are asserting that it is online. It is online. It is in the same vein as that thing. That's
so Quinn, I agree,
and they're actually pointing it out.
So Quinn, I agree with you that yes, there was disinformation. I agree with you there. But again, to try to make it seem as if that was the only thing that was happening at that time, to try to make it seem as if there were people that walked away that were deplatformed, that people that were their voices were silenced, and that there weren't people that and the disproportionate idea of it that one side was there was more people on one side that were being deplatformed, that were being demonetized versus another side, and that there was
people
one
who
voice,
were trying to kill
tone,
people.
There was one voice or one tone that was being, no matter what it was, especially if you were online with somebody, that was what happened. And again, for you guys to sit up here and act like all of that was right, and just to try to hang it under the umbrella of disinformation, it's absolutely wrong.
That's what he's talking about. What is he talking about? Ooh, what is he talking? Can somebody?
Are you still ghostwriting the whip?
I can explain it. So what he's doing is trying to equate misinformation about the pandemic with a political side, which is fascinating. It's interesting.
And it wasn't just during the pandemic.
But it's actually nuts.
What is he talking about?
So when we're talking about people lying,
read it and you'll find out.
When we're talking about people lying about medical treatments that aren't actually medical treatments, they're just like grifts. That's something that I don't think it's unreasonable for a public health official to go to Google and say, this is dangerous. We request that you do something about it. In fact, I would encourage that, because part of what we see right now is a lot of people are following bullshit, grifty pseudoscience around their health, and people are
don't
getting
take Tylenol.
Like, don't take Tylenol.
Tylenol said don't take Tylenol.
Or that measles.
I had to ask the question
Or like
I wouldn't have been able to go read what you're saying, because what you're saying is it's not going to be anywhere. That's in your head. So that's why I asked what it was you were trying to say, because it's more misinformation, and I wouldn't know where to go find misinformation. I wanted to know what the truth is. So thank you very much.
Herein lies the rub. You just did exactly what Aaron just said, and what I've been referencing, Amari. Tylenol did not say don't take Tylenol. Tylenol has never said that.
They tweeted that out in 2017.
Yes,
for
they
pregnant
did.
people.
They did. They said for pregnant
They
people.
100% did.
For pregnant people. Context matters.
Every time you say something to a Democrat, they tell you no. It's crazy.
Well, no one said don't take Tylenol if you're not pregnant, so that's a Captain Obvious.
What?
Donald Trump said it yesterday.
Over 50
So what are you talking about?
They were talking about pregnant women the whole time.
That was the context. Don't forget about the context, Quinn.
There was no what he said.
There was context, sir. What are you talking about?
Said blanketly, do not, and he said this over 35 times, do not take Tylenol. There was no contact.
There was context. They had a whole team of people. What are you talking about?
The whole conference was on that.
It was about autism and pregnant women. Like, what's going on here? Like, why are you guys making stuff up?
They're just crazy.
Pink pill, what's that? What were you saying?
You people know that there's none of what he's talking about is rooted in science. None of it is rooted in science.
He's saying what they're
Hardly hear a pink pill.
Anybody ever know? Can anybody name any other president besides Trump that has been on stage to talk about medicine and what
I mean, there was a whole ACA passed. I don't know.
Is there?
Sure.
Did you hear my question? But did you hear my question?
Yeah, we heard it.
So that's your problem, Omari. That's why Lisa like you on stage. You content, but right now you terrible content. Anyway,
Let's ride the whip.
what I said, my question was, can you name another president besides Trump that has, acted in the stead of a doctor or an authority, although RFK is not one, but do what he did. Can you name another president who's done that? That's my question.
I think probably Ronald Reagan and George Clinton during the AIDS era. They did that a lot.
George Clinton?
Okay, what did they say? Tell me what they, because so you name one. What did he say? Because I don't want, that's what y'all do. You can throw out any president. What did he say? Ma'am, go on mute and find what he said and come back and tell me, please.
I'm driving. I can't do
know what? I don't know.
Yeah, be quiet though, because you don't have a real answer.
I've literally been right the whole time, but okay, lady.
But you literally need to be quiet and drive. Didn't you say that? Thank you.
I don't know if you all are aware too that RFK, the FDA,
Kitover Fed in 2006. I'm a silver ounce here.
That's the new
And-
thing that's for autism, and that company that produces it is owned by Dr. I.
So we got on this conversation initially talking about Jimmy Kimmel and the First Amendment and how we're supposed to, be a democracy, not an authoritarian state, punishing people for what they say. So I just want to say one thing on that, which is that if you know about, I'm sure many of you know the story of our founding, which is that it was a bunch of English people who didn't want to be oppressed by the king. I mean, obviously I'm shortening it, but in short, they had all of these oppressive experiences under the King of England, and they decided they didn't want to be under a king anymore. They wanted to do something different. And one of the king can do, or maybe another word for a king is a dictator, can do, is throw people in jail, kill them, do whatever for the things that they say. So the problem with this Trump behavior and what's so scary about it, it's not just, oh my God, we're not going to get our favorite late night show or whatever. Like, if the consequences stopped at some of your favorite TV shows will have to be on you and they won't be on TV anymore. I honestly don't think that in and of itself, even though it by First Amendment, blah, blah, I don't think that's that big of a deal. But the problem is that these dictators, they never stop. They don't stop at taking the TV show off the air. If you've ever heard the phrase, you give them an inch, they take a mile. And we can see what other authoritarians around the world have done when their citizens say things they don't like. They put them in jail. They detain them for awful conditions. They these people go to jail for years. They don't get food. They can't see their family. And the other problem is that once they're allowed to do things like that, right? Once it's
Yeah, there you go. Yo, he's not lying. Yo, lying. You hit that on the nail, nigga. I said I did my part. You got to do the rest. But nah, I did. I 3D printed one, but I ain't for buying shit I could make for real.
Oh, you a 3D printer?
I think I got a vase somewhere around here. But y'all right, I'm gonna go buy a vase. Y'all right, I shouldn't have made fun of myself.
You go to one. You go take. No, it's alright. It's alright, bro.
No, but that is a problem. Every time I buy flowers, I say, "Damn, I gotta buy a vase." I put it in a fucking thermos.
Kitover Fed in 2006.
I should have left this little nigga out on the street.
A silver ounce here.
Cats gotta go.
And
I got two cats and a Doberman.
Damn,
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Having cats in the house is unhygienic, bro.
They stink, bro. But I ain't gonna lie, I can't talk. I can't talk, Eric. I had a fucking rabbit.
No, I had an alligator when I was younger. That's dope.
Wait, rabbit is gay?
Y'all wanna see what my pig looks like?
A rabbit is gay, Trini?
Yeah, I think that is kind of gay.
Yeah, that's what you mean. Of course.
If you got a rabbit, you
guys are out of your fucking mind, bro.
Name one hard nigga that has a rabbit.
I'm fine though.
50 Cent.
I guess I get what you're saying.
The fuck, nigga said 50 Cent.
That nigga was cool as shit. He was studs. What are you talking about?
Wait, your rabbit was named 50 Cent? 50 Cent. You named your rabbit 50?
Nah, my rabbit was what was it? It was Aspen. Oh, shit.
A white rabbit. That little vernacular gentrifying little fuck.
He wasn't right. He was she was gray.
Close enough, nigga. That's on the spectrum of white.
I buried her early this year.
That nigga had a white bunny.
For sure, had a mixed rabbit.
Crying nigga. I know you can.
I ain't cried, boy. My kid cried. I'm glad he dealt with that.
say when the rapper died?
I said he dead. He going ahead and come.
We got dinner tonight.
Y'all remember when I came in here and I told y'all, I said one person was like, oh, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have told him that. Because the motherfucker was like, oh, he's sleeping. I was like, black people.
Oh, I do remember that.
I said, you remember that?
Yeah, definitely.
And I said, nah, he's not sleeping. He gone. So motherfuckers, people in this room that was beating me up for that shit. I was being,
it was all a girl.
I think some of the women, look, Eric, I'm glad 6 months later, like 6 months later, right?
Yeah.
My grandmother passed this past, you feel what I'm saying? And my kid, the 5-year-old, I took him to the funeral. Everything, burial, viewing, everything. He handled that shit like a boss. Yeah, I told you that that we said Bayesian woman, she claimed Trinidad, but pretty born. And she got my mother and her 5 brothers, but all her kids to the States. She worked in Venezuela. As a nurse, she speaks fluent Spanish. She moved to the States in the...
Who was this you're talking about?
My grandmother. My early 60s or 70s. She moved she was up here before that, but she moved all of the kids up here. So yeah, she's a strong woman. Too soon. Nah, she would have laughed at that. She would have laughed at that for sure. She up there with her sister. It was her and my aunt.
In a new and highly anticipated document that was just released on the Federal Register's website, the IRS finally provided some much-needed clarification regarding one of President...
She said, why you don't eat that thing?
She's Jamaican. I could even say Charlie Kirk at one point until he cut her off, and then you had Brandon Tatum, you had Bryson, whatever his name is, Gray, whatever.
Tatum, the biggest fucking sandball clown. You brought up Tatum. You ever respect Tatum?
No, I don't like his wife. I think his wife is always trying to target black women. See, you don't know me.
You associated with them, bro. You associated with them.
They invited me to one. They invited me to one event.
Let me tell you something.
I saw the game for what it is, and then
Omar, let me say something. I have somebody that I used to rock with, right? And he allowed Trump to use him as a fucking guinea pig, right? Show off that he got wounded in combat and all this bullshit like that. I didn't fuck with the dude after that, bro.
I don't fuck with them either. See, that's the point.
You still rocking with them, man?
So you taking my vote for Trump as my pledge with Brexit? No. I separate the two. You're not separating two. Like, I can vote, like Mike will tell you, and others will tell you, we can vote for Trump and not support not one person in Brexit. Not support TPUSA action.
That's crazy, bro.
That's like me. If you rock the CBC, but you voted for
Brexit was to get black people to move over to fucking Trump.
You guys, please let him.
I'm sorry. No. We're just trying to go back and forth.
No, I'm not going to back and forth. I'm going to let you guys have your back and forth. I really am going to let you guys have your back and forth. I promise. Good.
I would say this, Haitian. I would say, and I'm trying to find like how to type. Let's say for your side. Okay, I was supposed to be at the Congressional Black Caucus. I know you're independent. I get it, but I'm gonna say for the Congressional Black Caucus. They had their convention this week. I was supposed to be there. I couldn't make it. If you could rock with them, but let's say but you're not going to support Biden. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm not going to hold that against you. You like the people in the Congressional Black Caucus. You like their message. I didn't like the message of Brexit, but I still supported the policies under President Trump. Brexit was not America first. They were on some other type of shit. And if and me, so I'm pretty. I could pick up on bullshit right away. I bowed out. Like I don't want to be part of this.
So you can pick up on bullshit, but you still rocking with Trump all these years later.
You don't like Trump. I don't like the policies of the Democratic parties. I don't like the policies of the Democratic Party. I don't like the way they have open borders. I don't like sanctuary cities. I don't like none of that.
Open borders. That's a lie.
You can call it what you want to call it.
Oh my God! What?
You can call it. You can call it what you ever want to call it. It's basically open borders.
Open borders.
It's catch and release.
Oh, we got some more maggots on stage. Y'all want to jump in? And we got Matt. We got Notorious. We got what happened to Pink Pill?
Well, thankfully she left, so we should all thank God.
Maybe she was thrown out the room. You know how that goes.
Nobody threw out the fucking room. You know that motherfucker.
Wait, what?
Come on, you guys. Stop.
Let him repeat it again.
Stop.
Let me put your picture up. Let me put your picture.
This is the hate that we're talking about. This is the hate that we're talking about. And the doc thing, hate it.
We're not gonna do that.
I never told you you had right to put my picture up.
That's not this kind. Look, it's not. This is not this kind of room, you guys. We're just having a conversation. Okay, this is not this kind of room. We're just trying to have a conversation with other people who have different opinions than us, with different viewpoints than us. And once again, we're not here to change anybody's mind. We're just here to have a conversation. That's it. That's all we're here for. So if you want to, whatever you guys want to do as far as the way you think, the way you vote, that's your own private opinion. That's what you do in the privacy of the voting booth and in the privacy of your home. But when you're on the stage and we just want to discuss things and throw out some current events and discuss them, that's what we're here for. So, is there any other break? You guys done with your Scrabble?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead. Can I just ask one thing? Haitian. No, we're good. But Haitian, do you respect the fact that I don't like? Do you respect the fact I don't like open? Like that really bothers me.
I'm done.
I told you.
I don't offend anybody. I'm done.
No, you're not. We're talking. You and I have a conversation. So, like, I told you the story, and when I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, my wife and I, when she was I know Lisa went to USC. When she was a police officer at USC on campus.
Okay, I'm getting ready to close the room because if we're gonna have this problem, I just said very clearly. That's why you guys are not the only ones in the room. Okay, look down. There are other people in the room besides you guys.
That's true.
So, right. So what I'm saying to you is they came in here to listen to us have a discussion. That's what they came here for. So can we have the discussion? That's just it.
He asked me a question. Hold on. He asked me a question. I just want to have a follow-up question for him because I think I answered his question.
Omari.
Okay, so Omari, somebody else.
Okay,
but I'm happy to ask a question.
Okay, can someone answer my question? Can someone answer my one question?
That's the question, but you're misrepresenting facts. So
it's not about facts. I'm talking about my own personal why I voted. So I need you
to have a problem with that. I wouldn't.
Do you respect that? We lost someone on New Year's Day. On New Year's Day, we lost a friend and his wife were driving home to a drunk driver.
Okay.
That changed us.
So let me ask you a question, and just as substantive as a question you've asked, if a white person would have killed your friend, would that have led you to believe would that have made you angry with all white people?
No, but this person should have never been here.
Well, what I'm saying is, what difference does it make if they were here? And I understand the nuance, so I'm not being facetious. I'm saying that because this happened with an illegal immigrant, or supposedly an illegal, and I'm going to take your word for that. If that happened, why does this mean that? Does this mean that this is the penchant of all illegal immigrants or all immigrants in general?
Of course not. I'm not going to paint that broad, but that was that. But you got to understand that made us like angry.
I completely understand that. I'm not just.
I mean, they had a daughter, they had a 15-year-old daughter who had to go live with her aunt.
Understood.
And uncle. And so it was very personal to my wife. Again, I know Lisa. She graduated from USC. My wife was a USC police officer, campus police. So he was also a campus police officer.
Understood. What I'm asking you is that this has shaped your belief about immigrants in general, whether they were supposed to be here or not.
I got another story. I used to live in Azusa, California. I don't know if Miss Susan in the room. Miss Susan. I used to when I went to 7th grade. Let me tell you, these Azusa 13 cholos. You walk by.
You took over this band in
2000. Where you from? All these motherfuckers come up and try to and then you know, I used to play the band. I used to play the trombone, so I had to always keep the little mouthpiece from the trombone in my pocket. So if I had to go hit somebody, you know, I had to knock a motherfucker out. And it was that's when I moved to Altadena. After that, my mother was like, one of the cholos who lived close by said, "You're on a hit list." You know, because I used to be a dancer. You know, I used to be at the skating rings and shit like that back in the day. Yeah, it was called the Bozak Tribe. That's another whole nother story. I used to be a good dancer back in the day, but yeah, we used to battle. And then so I beat this guy in the battle at the skating rink, and they wanted to fight. Now I was on this list to get killed by these cholos. All that shit all adds up to people while we're sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're black people, and here we're being targeted by these essays.
But Omari, you sound like when white people talk about harm that's come to them or their communities vis-a-vis someone who was black, and now they think that there's, you know, the cops are just so easy on these black people, and we need more policing of black communities, and these people should have been in jail, and that's what you sound like to me. Or you don't think that?
When you're being called Mayante, you're being called the N-word. My daughter, my little girl, and I could get her on the mic, she was called gorilla by these Mexicans. And yeah, this is the truth. So I mean, this shit same thing, bro.
So you're advocating for collective punishment.
It made me feel like, what is the Democrat? Like, if I'm dealing with this as a black man, and
because your emotions, your emotional reaction.
That's how people vote. People vote personally.
Your emotional reaction is 100% valid. And it's also valid for you to vote on your emotions. That is your right. You have the right to vote based on anything you want to vote on. But we cannot run our entire government policy based on the emotions that people feel after something bad has happened to them by a member of a particular group. We can't make our whole government policy based on that.
Okay. All right. I said, you know, why I went with my vote. It was definitely more or less about immigration. I made that clear 100 million times on the stage. Yeah. I get some of you guys.
I want to understand something, and I want to understand. When you say open border, I think I'm missing something. Because to me, when I hear open border, I'm hearing there's no restrictions or protections. There's no border enforcement. There's no immigration law. Is that what you mean? Or what does open border really mean?
Meaning, I mean, to me, go ahead, Trent.
In comparison, being really honest, in comparison to
no, please, I would hear from you, Trent, but I really would like Omari to answer my question first, if that's okay. And then I'm happy to hear from Trent. But Omari, can you answer that? I really want to know.
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry, I got Trent.
What is an open border? When you say that, what do you mean? What is that?
To me, open border just means like, okay, you come across, you state what you're gonna come here for. Okay, I gotta do asylum. Okay.
Okay.
There you go. Here's your thing. Come back in 2 years.
But that's not what happens, though. You're again.
That's what happens. Well, you know, what that doesn't happen is they sometimes don't show up. What happens is people.
Go ahead.
No. I mean, go ahead. You can go ahead. That's to me.
You didn't finish. Go ahead.
I mean, to me, the open borders mean like it's pretty much we are the world. You know, everybody needs to come in, kumbaya. There's no sovereignty. That's open borders to me.
I think what Malak was looking for was an actual. How do you think that process actually takes place? Like, what do you think is open border? What just people just coming in as they will? No checks and balances. That's normally what people mean or suggesting when they say open borders. But that's not what was happening. Not even Biden's term. That was not what was happening.
In comparison from 2020, it's really 2022 after COVID to 2024 to today, the term open borders would be accurate. Now, it is a bad term to use because it wasn't like you could just go across. But we were having 150 to 200,000 encounters a month on the border.
Encounters are not people coming over.
Quinn, that is correct. That is correct. That does not mean that everybody just came across. But last month, I believe we had 5,000. So the difference between and the people, even the encounters, to my knowledge, the Trump administration says nobody was admitted, which I believe. I don't think they have admitted anybody. So in comparison, while it's a bad term, it is accurate to say that things on the border are night and day different between the Biden administration and Trump.
But you think that's a good thing?
No.
That we're having less encounters.
Oh, that we're having less encounters, absolutely.
You think You think that's a good thing?
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
So you now acknowledge what that actually means, even though we don't have people trying, because that's what encounters mean. People are trying to get through. It's just that they were getting through. It just means that they were trying to. So that less people are actually trying because we have a lunatic who's in office who's making the country less attractive anyway. At least in certain regards, that is. So that's better to you.
Encounters means can mean caught or released, or could mean they walked up to the border, surrendered it, and turned it asylum. And what was happening is the cartels were exploiting our asylum law. That's what was happening. And so that now that and Biden at the end tried to close that loophole as well. They should have done it sooner than they did. And so yes, the border is now 100,000% safer now than it used to be. It is now. Quinn, I will completely agree with you. Is what we've done to in demonizing immigrants and expelling people who have been here not legally, but have been here undocumented for years, working peacefully. Is that just as bad? Absolutely. But I will not sit here and say that it is good to have hundreds of thousands of people every month trying to cross the border illegally.
Well, but here's the problem that you're not acknowledging, and this is what most of you don't want. There are places in the world where we help destabilize that actually contribute to that. So it's not just that these people are coming. So there's a larger conversation that right now we have people, and that's what I was getting at earlier. And this is my own opinion. It's not necessarily the truth, but I believe that the country is being run lunatic, and it's less attractive. And when Venezuela looks more attractive than the United States, and people are not coming through because they're like, well, shit, I might as well stay where the fuck I am instead of being here. Having less encounters, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, Quinn, I completely agree with you. The Dodgers or the D-backs just tied the damn game. It's 4-4. Quinn, we have destabilized the Central America. A lot of the people that were coming over were from India and China. I mean, it did in 2023. It got out of hand, right? And we can have this conversation responsibly, okay? Should we have a mass amount of people exploiting our asylum law? Because it often, like I've said, it often affects. If you want to talk about African Americans, it's actually worse for those communities. When we talk about job displacement, they can displace them from those jobs.
You know what really messes people up is people who stay here over their visa. Those people are here more illegally than people that come over the border and claim amnesty. That's what contributes to our illegal population more.
People coming in legally and overstaying. That's absolutely right.
In an airplane, in their little white skin, and their little HBV1 or whatever the fuck. So let's be honest.
So Ramona, I actually think what they've done in closing the loophole on visas and moving that up, I think that's good too. Definitely good for white collar jobs. But we can have these conversations without calling each other names, without demonizing each other. I'm with you, Quinn. The way that Donald Trump and the administration has talked about immigrants and Hispanics. My wife is Hispanic, has been deplorable. I agree with you, but we can have this conversation responsibly and figure out a good solution instead of just attacking each other and saying that this is all good or this is all bad. Anyway, you guys have a good night. It's
Well, what makes people do that is that they think the way it's being carried out.
That's okay. Bye.
You can't leave.
You did it.
Trent, the second that Trent left, TC is on stage. Did y'all coordinate that?
Where's what's the name at? Where's Gemini? He's supposed to shoot him mid-sentence.
Ramona, I thank you for bringing up that because it wouldn't have come up had you not brought it up.
It never does, but he ain't bothered to sit there. We just demonize the fuck.
That's why he left, though. He had to give himself a way out. He said,
he had to get his shit off. I know.
Yeah. No, he didn't have a comeback to what you said.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No,
he just wanted to get his shit off.
He always
like
runs
somebody's
away
gonna
off the
believe
stage.
him.
Shout out to Trent.
JC, welcome to the stage. You want to answer the
Thank you.
conversation?
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck did Trent do. I mean, he's
I'm so confused with these people, man.
Y'all are confused. That's true.
No, what Trent does is he comes on, he states what he said, and then he drops the mic like he's Barack Obama at the White House. You gotta stop doing that, man. That's wrong. That's wrong. A lot of people wait in line.
Is he wearing his beige suit? Cause
You know what's crazy? I'm in Vegas my hotel is on the Strip, and I've not gone to any casinos. I've not gone to any shows with my son. Like, that's a business trip, and I've decided I'm just gonna do business. I'm not gonna just go check out any hotels or casinos or shows or anything like that. Just gonna go back to my hotel room.
Productive and constructive. That's how you got to do it, brother.
Congratulations.
Good job, TC. Good job.
What's his name?
That's cause he's scared.
Business.
What's his name has a residency in Vegas.
Yeah, apparently Eddie, what's his name? Griffin is he's doing a stand-up show.
Oh, I love Eddie Griffin. You should go check him out. He's pretty funny.
Yeah. Why did Eddie go MAGA? When did Eddie Griffin go so MAGA? Remember he went MAGA during this year? Like, that was weird. I wasn't expecting MAGA from MAGA Lisa. It went bad.
Oh, I didn't know that. I have to check. I get some clips from him. But you should enjoy Vegas. You're there for business. At least one show. Help the economy there.
Yeah, you know
they seem to be struggling.
I might check out one show tomorrow. They got a magic show at 4 o'clock.
Isn't Bruno Mars in residency there?
Yes, Chris Brown.
That would be a good
Bruno.
Now, come on now. I would go check out at least one of those shows.
Go see Bruno.
The only show I would check out, you guys are going to laugh at me, but the only show I would go to if he was in residency is Andre Bocelli. The only show. If you guys ever get a chance to see if you ever get a chance to see Andre Bocelli in concert, you will cry. I took my wife to see Andre Bocelli in Philadelphia, and he sung, he did his thing. And then, but guess what? He brought his daughter out, and he did a duo with his daughter. His daughter's like 12 years old. She sings just like him. She has the voice of an angel. My wife started bawling, crying.
Oh, wow. I would love to see her as well.
So I was like, yeah, I'm glad I took my wife out to this because at least she had an impression on my wife because she started crying and everything. Oh my God, it's so beautiful.
And I'm not a big opera.
Angel.
Yeah, I'm not a big opera person, but you have to be into music, or you have to be a singer, or you have to be a person that plays an instrument to be able to really appreciate somebody like him. And I've never heard his daughter. I'll see if I can see her on YouTube. But you should. The economy is really suffering in Vegas now. I have a good friend who lives in Vegas, and she's an attorney, and she's like, man, it's a lot of people are not going to Vegas. So since you're there, support the economy, support the place where you are, not the artist so much, but Bocelli sounds like a great option. But is he there, or you said
No, he's not. He's in New York, actually. I think he's in New York tonight, actually.
Really?
I think he's playing.
Okay.
Oh, he sucks. Pop Rock is better. But
Bocelli's good. Bocelli's good.
TC.
Guys.
I think he's in the Matrix. I was going to tell him if there's someone playing at the Sphere,
He should catch one of those
Oh my
shows.
God,
I hear
the
they're
Sphere,
awesome.
Yeah,
And then-
definitely.
And Ooh, the
then-
Harry Potter show at the Sphere. Yeah, and then tickets to a show, don't get them from like those hotel offers, because you get put on a list and they'll constantly keep calling you and selling you vacations. I accidentally did that to get show tickets in 2017, and they called me once a month. I cannot get off that list, so be careful.
To let him do it so he can get harassed at least once a month. I would take so much comfort in knowing that I started something that harasses TC once a month. Enjoy your stay, TC. We're just chopping it up tonight. Nothing really serious. Just talking about, I forgot what you guys were talking about.
We're just talking about
I'm just saying, don't get too comfortable donating money to the casino, because that's what you're doing. Keep that in mind. Just go watch the shows, dude. Unless you want to get broke. I mean, because the house always wins, baby.
That's true. 100 on some craps. Just put it on the pass line. You're good.
And they have great restaurants in Vegas. I don't know what it is now. It's time since I've eaten on the strip. But if you go off the strip, they have some great restaurants. And they're like in the weirdest places, like strip malls and shit. But they have some really good food. If I were you, I would ask whoever is working in your hotel, not so much,
what's his name? Gordon Ramsay has a restaurant out here.
Sure does. Gordon Ramsay does have a restaurant there. Okay, check that out. Check it out.
Or the restaurant that is
sounds
that
delicious.
you eat in the sky if you're not scared of heights. That might be a cool experience.
I'm terrified of heights. You know what they just opened out here in Vegas? Well, it's been open for a couple of years, but last time I was here, they opened the Sphere. I want to go check out the Sphere.
That's what I was just saying. You could go the Sphere at the airport.
Yeah.
So it's amazing.
Yeah, Vegas is awesome, man.
Is it empty? Because I keep hearing it's empty.
You know, the casinos aren't doing so well like they used to. You know, the casinos, I don't know what's going on.
It's the same thing that went through with Reno. I mean, we went through the same thing. I mean, not a lot of people are wanting to go and spend their money in Vegas. Not a lot of actors are going into Vegas.
He didn't bring down prices like he said he would.
Because it's the resort. It's those resort fees. Because we went to Vegas. Those resort fees they're a ripoff, man. I got resort fees when they have money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look. I'm about to go to Vegas too, so I mean,
enjoy the wasteland that it is. There's nobody that's
Is this what he meant when he said no tax on tip?
Y'all know that Vegas couldn't run without a bunch of
Vegas
immigrants.
is doing pretty well the last 4 years.
Well, it's a hospitality industry, and that no tax on tips thing is such a rope-a-dope. I hope people just pay attention.
I believe my brother Usher was out there for the last 4 years, and Vegas is doing pretty fucking well. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people going to Vegas.
Yeah, but it's not. I live in Reno. It's 6.5. Well, it depends on who's driving. It's 6.5 hours to 8 hours away. And it's not what it used to be. I can tell you that. That everybody, when people go to Vegas, they think it's so busy and crazy, and all this is going on. It used to be way more than that.
When Democrats were in office.
Mm-hmm. When because how when Democrats were in office,
funny, Reno, Nevada. So
leave
I flew into the Reno. Yeah, I flew into the Reno, Nevada airport, and we got a casino right inside.
Hold on, sir, you cut Ramona off. Ramona was speaking.
Oh, my bad. My signal's not great.
That's okay. You're right. They got casinos. They even got them in 7-Eleven machines. So you get used to it. It ain't no big deal.
Yeah, McCarran's cheaper. Well, I mean, the bottom line is that it was a better economy. At least we were recovering pretty fast in the last 4 years. Until now, we're starting to trend downward because people don't have any money because the groceries cost more money and they're spending more gas, shit like that.
How are they spending more money in gas? I mean, except if we live in California where $89 is like $5.
Spending money on everything, Amari. What country do you?
I mean, are you talking about natural gas, like in your home, or are you talking about like gasoline, petrol?
Everything, even the natural gas in your home.
Because I can see that.
Bills are higher. People's everything is higher.
Drill, baby, drill, and you're still paying more.
So I would say actually when you pump at the I think you are wrong when it comes to cost at the pump. AAA has this down.
No, I'm telling you. I'm not telling you what I feel.
So
I'm telling you what I know.
if you look at AAA, again I posted it yesterday. I can go back and get it again. Gas is down from this time last year.
Yeah, there are 3 different reports though. One that says it's down 4 cents, one that says it's up 7 cents, and one that says it's higher than it's been since 2018. So which one of those AAA reports do you want us to listen to?
Well, I mean, which one do you have?
I'll go look online. You'll find a different one every time you Google it.
Yeah, let's try.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I did it yesterday. You can do it today.
But you're isolating.
Every time you Google it, you come up with a different answer, and it's not you as in the. I'm talking to you specifically. I'm saying the general you, because I did it yesterday as an experiment, and every time I Googled it, I came up with a different answer.
But I'm just curious as to
we
why
can't trust the Google machine to tell us how much gas a gallon is. You know, sometimes you got to talk to other people and ask them how much they paid at the pump. Because you're going to get a different answer every time you Google it, baby. I'm just saying. Go ahead, baby. Google it, baby. Go ahead, baby. Google it, baby. Because you don't
That was clever. That was great.
It actually said the deviation was 5 cents since last year. So it's fluctuating.
And it always fluctuates. That's the point. But I'm saying that it is higher. It's higher. It's been higher in the last, I'd say about a year and a half than it has been the last 4.
You know, it always baffles me, and it's shitty, but it always baffles me. Ramona always has so much good information, and I know Ramona's blind. So, Ramona, how do you get your do you read like papers, or you get your information from like NPR?
You're funny. I'm blind. What is this paper shit you speak of?
You know what I mean, like Braille or whatever. So
I don't read Braille.
Jesus.
You just keep getting dumber every time you say something. So.
Ramona's funny. She got you. Damn, son.
I've been knowing Ramona for 3 years, 4 years.
I've been on this app since August of 2019, and I've been hearing your jaws jack since then. So go ahead.
We were on the same side for a year and a half, so I feel like I should.
Yeah, it's when you were booty clapping for Biden, but you switched.
Yeah, I switched.
Not booty. You used to booty clap for Biden, too?
Oh, we're friends. Ramona and I used to tag team.
Oh, my
God. No, listen, let me tell you. Ramona and I used to tag team when the Trumpers used to come in the room. We would tag team.
Yeah, but you fucked it up.
And Giraffe, me, Ramona, Giraffe, we would hold it down, man. Alexandra, we would hold it down.
I made it this time at DC.
Juice and everything. I'm just saying.
Who red pilled you then? TC, who red pilled you?
Man, listen, again, I just had a premonition when I started to see how people were being treated for having opinions that I shared, because I didn't agree 100% with everything on the left. I was always kind of centered. And then one of the things that I'm centered on is choice-based education, because my background, I'm a product of choice-based education, right? So I'm a big proponent of it. But then it started to get really crazy. Like the liberals started demonizing people that were pro schools of choice. I was like, wait a minute, I'm school of choice. Are you guys gonna demonize me too? And then I got ran through the rammet. And then it was a couple other issues. Like, wait a minute, I think we should have secure borders. I'm down with a wall. It just makes practical sense. It's not anything political. It's just practically, it's better to have a physical barrier between the southern and northern borders to prevent the flow of fentanyl and to prevent crimes and the cartels. Like, we all knew about the Sinaloa, all this stuff. And they're like, and then I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think I necessarily want to continue to proliferate wars with
the Palestinian people. Like, I think I'm okay with us limiting the amount of interventions we have on a foreign level. So I was like, yeah, fuck this. Let me think self. I'm not with Kamala Harris. I'm definitely not with Trump. But, you know, let's have an open primary in the Democratic Party if Joe Biden's going to drop out. And Ramona, actually, funny story, Ramona agreed with me, if I remember correctly, Ramona. We were having a conversation that very day where Joe Biden was like, yeah, I'm not gonna run. And we were like, yeah, this should be an open primary on the Democratic Party side. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think Ramona and I were on the same page with that. And then I got the whole, and I was like, no, listen, we didn't vote for Kamala Harris when she ran for the nomination when Joe Biden got it. He selected Kamala Harris as a VP. I don't think we should have Kamala Harris forced down our throat as the nominee. We should have, it was in Lisa's room. I was like, we should
No, honey, I think you got me fucked up with somebody else.
No. You didn't agree with that. You didn't agree with that.
You did not agree with that.
You agreed that there should be but you did agree. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. But you did agree we should have like a contact. There should be like an open primary type situation.
No, it's like I said, you got me fucked up.
Okay, so you were always Kamala?
No, I voted Kamala all the fucking way, baby.
But even when Joe Biden dropped out, you were hardcore Kamala?
Yes, sir. I was definitely, and I was on Voices of Kamala every single day, going on Zoom calls. She was my part.
Maybe it's somebody else.
You got me fucked up, yeah.
She's like, don't associate me with DC right now.
Yeah, don't put that on me.
What about the virtual roll call that Kamala Harris had from all of the delegates?
It was all canned. It was all canned. It was pre-packaged. It was performative. Everybody was told you vote Kamala Harris because that's the way the party's going. I really think that if you had an open primary, you could have had some other candidates that could have rose to the top.
Who told the delegates to do that?
Yeah, 100%.
Who told the delegates to do that?
The party leadership told the delegates to do that. What do you mean?
Okay.
Come on, son. Like, you know how this works.
So the party.
You know how Hillary Clinton got the nom over Bernie Sanders, right? The party leadership
voted during the primary.
No. The party leadership. Stop it, bro. You're being.
Well, here's the other thing: is that Bernie Sanders. What is wrong with you people? Bernie Sanders is not a fucking Democrat. So there's no allegiance from the party to vote him in, no matter what the fuck it is.
So then what's this with the super delegates, right? And all of that shit that they reformed after Hillary Clinton ran away with the party
twice, and he lost twice. They do not have an obligation to support.
Yeah, she had super delegates that were able to vote.
Ticket. I don't understand why you guys find that.
Yeah, because you had
that's annoying because you guys don't find that hard to believe.
No, because
he's not a Democrat. He is an independent. He does not have a right to a Democratic ticket. What is so difficult about that? Many times he shits on the Democratic Party. He talks about the party ad nauseum. Why would anybody from that party endorse him? Does that make sense to you? You're a relatively smart guy. Why the hell would I endorse somebody who routinely shits on my program?
All right, so who's your nominee going to be in 2028?
That's not what I asked you.
I'm asking you a question now.
Who's your nominee? Question when I'm asking, would you support someone who routinely shits on your party?
I would much rather support somebody who routinely shits on my party versus no. I would support somebody who routinely shits on my party versus a socialist, a democratic socialist, to be the nominee of my party, 100%, because they're no better. As a matter of fact,
yeah, but that's what Bernie is. What are you talking about?
No.
His voting record is 98 votes, which you guys.
It doesn't matter. He's not.
Don't you know Bernie Sanders voters switched and voted for Trump?
Party. He's
they
not
vote
a
for
Democrat. You guys are lunatics.
You can't tell the way he votes.
Somebody who's not in your. It doesn't matter that he caucuses with them. He's not a Democrat. There is no obligation to support him financially. There's no obligation to make sure that he gets the nomination. They don't have to do that. And he's not a part of the party. Hold on, sir. I do not believe what you're saying.
He's an independent. I mean, he caucuses with the Democrats, but listen, whatever he wants to do, he wants to have like card-carrying Democrats, whatever, what have you, super delegates completely, usurp the will of the people in that election, and we know that it was rigged for Hillary Clinton, and I wouldn't say the same for Kamala Harris. I mean, she was. It seems like there was a halfway decent, fair process. But if Clinton believes for even a moment that the party leadership didn't dictate how that went down to make sure she was the nominee, I've got a bridge to sell them in New York.
Yeah, but if they were controlling things, then Hillary would have fucking won, wouldn't she? She didn't win.
No, she won the Democratic nomination.
But she didn't win the election.
No, because she wasn't popular.
Oh, really?
She was not popular.
No, you were a Democrat in Reno. I thought Reno was pretty red.
Nevada's purple.
Well, how about Reno? Is that Reno pretty red?
Reno's only slightly red.
Because Ramona's a disabled person, and she knows that the Trump administration.
Oh shit, we lost you. The Trump administration, what?
Her mic went out.
I know.
Reno's like,
never mind.
Reno's pretty close.
No, there you are. There you go.
Believes in eugenics.
Well, I tell you, I went in. We've been fighting for our voting rights in the state of Nevada, and we finally got the Secretary of State to allow people with disabilities to use the electronic voting portal that our service members use. And now that all this bullshit's gone on, and Dick and Dumbardo have got their head up Trump's ass, we've lost our ability to use that electronic portal, of which I used on September 24th, 2024, to early vote for Kamala D. Harris, as was my right, And so
What's the
that
reason
is
why
why
they took
I
it
have a problem. Yeah. Well, we still have to fight for that, It doesn't just get handed to us. We have Republican politicians that don't think that it's necessary. So we have to get past that. We got Steve Horseface and fucking Dumbardo and Mark Amadick and all these jackasses that are causing problems. That's why we're still purple and in some places actually red. But, people like me and others are fighting to get that change. We're trying to get to take friggin' Dumbardo's place. It's just a process, And I'm sure you guys all know who I'm talking about. I don't have to actually say their given names because, well, the one I gave them is better anyway.
And this is what I've been saying on this app for years, even when I was talking to dumbasses like Ricky about, quote unquote, the steal and all this kind of stuff, is that their prescription for supposedly making elections free and fair is going to exclude people. Ramona is part of the 1 in 5 American voters who has some kind of disability that needs accommodation for them to be able to exercise their right to vote. It might be mobility, it might be vision, it might be a so-called invisible condition, such as like having autism. And because dumbass Republicans want to rig the fucking elections, they're basically going to eliminate the opportunity to vote for a whole lot of people, or at least make it very, very hard. And it should be just like it should be. I don't give a fuck if you're talking over me. How about that?
Whoa, calm down, buddy. I said I don't agree with them.
Do you want to go in the goo? Do you want to go in the goo? You're going to go in the goo. Okay, and then you can come up after. You can come up after. I don't have a problem with that, but you're not going to talk over me. So this kind of stuff where you're eliminating the opportunity to vote for people simply because they have disabilities, because of your dumbass view of how elections actually run, is exactly the kind of reason why Republicans aren't fit to govern. If you put your hand up, I'll bring you back up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Ramona. I mean, I'm definitely advocate for the low vision and blind community. So if that's the case, then I'm sorry that is happening. That's fucked up.
It's not just me though. I mean, this system benefited anyone with a disability, which also includes the elderly community, because if you get to a certain point, you're going to be disabled regardless, because being old, it disables us all. But it is true that the vote is being suppressed for people with disabilities. It is true that people in rural areas are having less access to polls and have to go farther to be able to cast their vote, as is their constitutional right. So for someone to say they don't believe that's true, I would really like to know why they don't believe that's true and what evidence they have to support that, other than the 105,000 blind individuals in the state of Nevada alone that will be affected by this, not to mention people with other disabilities and challenges on getting to the polls and having their voice heard. So
yeah, I was saying I definitely disagree with any efforts to limit the ability of disabled persons to vote. My son is disabled, and I would hope that, you know, when he becomes of age, time to vote, that there's a necessary accommodations for him to vote. So that's bullshit. I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat. If they're trying to limit the ability of anybody to vote, that's just bullshit, and I don't stand for that.
Well, it's not an if, though. We're telling you it is an actual thing that is happening. This isn't an if. This isn't hypothetical. This isn't a hope and dreams and bubble gum and tape. This is really happening. People are being suppressed from their votes. I don't think it's that hard to believe when they have been redlining, gerrymandering, and trying to maintain a grip on any minority getting their vote in. And so, I mean, I don't know why it's that difficult to understand or know that it is really happening, and it's going to get worse.
I mean, the most famous example of this is what the Republicans did in North Carolina, where they were trying to remove the powers of people who won elections. And they also, I believe, if I remember right, they delayed the certification of someone who won way beyond where it should have been. They've been playing so many games around the most basic elements of this, and it is an enormous problem.
Aaron, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, didn't some Republican elected officials get accused of that and actually convicted of that?
Fake electors.
Well, there's fake electors. I think what you're referring to, Quinn, is the race a while back, maybe 18.
Okay.
The Dan McCready race. And there was a guy who absolutely was convicted. And the messed up thing is that McCready, who was the Democrat, probably would have won in that wave election in 2018. But because of the cheating, the Republican, I think it was the Board of Elections or something, said they had to rerun the race, and then he ended up losing on the rerun. So yeah, that was North Carolina. Basically is like barely a democracy, barely.
So the only cases of voter fraud that we've had generally have been by the people who tend to rail against voter fraud on a regular basis and have actually implemented things like voter ID and things of that nature to be able to verify that people are actually voting and not this make believe voter this make believe voter voting effort to disenfranchise other people by voting multiple times with one person.
And another thing that happened was that the main agencies that protect our elections were gutted. So CISA and the EAC, which are the two most important agencies when it comes to the free and fair administration of our elections, both were gutted. And the people who have been acting in those capacities are not basically they're not going to be supporting our elections, not in the way that they used to be. And one of the things that's true about our elections is that they're run across, it's over 10,000 jurisdictions across the country. And lots of times there's people who need help. They just need support because it's hard to run these elections, especially in counties that aren't really big. And they're not going to get the support that they need. And, that could lead, cheating is almost secondary. Like the incompetence and the mistakes that are going to get made are going to be off the chart.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we deal with every 2 years, whether it's our general election or it's our local elections or midterm elections. You've got to make sure that when you go into your polling place that those machines are set up and that they're available for people with disabilities. And half the time when you go in there, either they don't have the machine hooked up, they don't know how to use the damn thing, or it's broken. And they're supposed to have 2 accessible machines per polling place regardless, period, end of report. And so they get really fucking nervous when we go in to vote, because when we go in person, there'll be people standing all over that polling place with canes and waiting, because we're not leaving until you fix that fucking machine. And so you've got to have people that are willing to do that and willing to stick it out. And also the fact that our elections have gotten so damn hinky in the last 12 years because of you-know-who. We had, not only did we have the institution of paper ballots, which have been going on for 150 years, we have had that absolutely destroyed and absolutely put into a light that will never recover, because you had enough people that were treating it dishonestly, and all these damn scandals of all these paper ballots being in ditches and shit. It's just crazy. Not only that, but you had Elon Musk sitting there selling people on signing up as Republicans, paying them, and then putting them into a drawing for $1 million. You guys remember that? That was so illegal, it's unreal. Not to mention the fact that after the election, Trump even stood on a podium and said, "Yeah, Elon worked those machines really good in Pennsylvania, didn't he?" You guys remember that comment? Because he said it right out loud. Not even one person blinked an eye. Nobody. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about having to hang on to our right to vote by the skin of our teeth, because if they can, they're going to rip it away. They've been trying so hard. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, you're good. I saw a story. I don't know if it was, and I know Lisa's not here, but I thought it was pretty crazy. They stole a submachine gun out of the governor's security detail car. Was it yesterday or some shit?
Oh yeah, you should have seen what happened at the beginning of this month. All of our systems were fucking hacked. We had no state systems for a week. You guys, I don't know if you realize this. I was asking people that whole week, heard about this. Nobody heard shit. Nobody knew shit. Our state offices were closed for the first week of September, you guys. Every state agency was shut down. Even my office, I work at the Northern Nevada Center for Independent Living. I don't give a fuck if people know anyway. But we have certain things that are, we have government funding. And so our servers and things, our reporting, our PPR and all that was all offline. We couldn't access.
Because somebody hacked it, you said?
Huh?
Somebody hacked it, you said?
Yeah, our state was hacked the first week of September. All of our, if you guys look, I swear to Hannah, our welfare offices, our DMVs, all of our state offices were all closed. There was nothing to you. They weren't taking phone calls. Their phone systems were down. And then just the other day in New York, they had they found 100,000 SIM cards and all the networking, everything they needed to shut down the whole grid in New York, the whole cellular grid. They were planning on shutting it down because of the UN meeting that was happening.
You know, I saw that. They said talking about that yesterday, but I saw that.
Yeah.
On the internet, but I thought it was some meme.
What?
Type of joke, so I didn't pay more.
No, that's not a joke.
That was real. Oh.
No, it's real. It's real. They had 100,000 SIM cards so that they would be able to have 100,000 phones under their control.
So if you do the
math,
they said the population of the United States, they could dial everyone in America within 42 seconds. That's really, really a mighty system. I'm glad they shut that down. That's really bad. Whoa.
Yeah, they weren't trying to reach out to a bunch of it. They were trying to prevent that many people from using their phones and communicating. And they were using They were using an outside network for encrypted messages back and forth, but they were planning on shutting the whole cellular program in New York State completely down. I don't know what they planned on doing with it, but they were stopped.
To go after a particular person with this network or whatever this thing.
Yeah, there was a UN conference. There was a UN conference in New York. That's what the target was.
Reach beyond that. You're saying you would have shut down the entire state or something. Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, but that was to cover up who they really were trying to control, and that was that UN conference. Was it a UN? What was the meeting called that they had?
The UN General meeting where.
There you go. That's it.
Where all the leaders meet up. Yeah, it was sophisticated. I mean, I was pretty impressed that they had all that equipment.
Yeah, they had it all over the place, covering their ass, so it could have been really, 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 really bad. And eventually somebody's going to be successful. I mean, this month alone, like I said, it was just the state of Nevada, but next thing you know, it could be anybody else, in their systems.
And that's my fear. I think that's the only thing I don't like. I think when you have a president that's a little bit more like aggressive, I think he said to Russia, tell Poland to go ahead and shoot them down. I think when you start doing that, you kind of put the country at risk. I think I don't like that. Those are kind of some things I'm not really feeling right now because I don't need Russia fucking with, New York City or California or places like that, trying to shut down the economy or Wall Street.
Okay, you guys, let me bring you guys back around to make sure we covered everything before we I hope you guys have enjoyed the room because I have very much enjoyed the conversations that you guys have been having. Yes, they've been contentious. Yes, they've been spicy. Yes, we don't agree. I didn't expect us to agree. I have never been in a room on Clubhouse where everybody agreed. But it's the way it's handled. And then I've been even in religious rooms where it gets a little spicy and contentious, but we seem to be able to come here every single day and talk about what's going on in our country, and we're gonna have to do it. If you guys like, we can have prayer room tomorrow where we all just come in and give testimony and prayer. We could do that, and we'll see how that goes. But today, in this country, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's very troubling, and we just have to talk about it. And this is a political room, even though it says 420, it's still a political room. It's definitely a political room, and we try to deal with facts as much as possible. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to fact check everything everybody was saying tonight, but I'm trying to juggle things around over here. So we did talk about the person that shot up the detainee facility, and I forgot how many were killed.
One killed, one injured, and he killed himself.
Okay, so that takes care of that. It's an open and shut case, and we don't know why he did it. We don't know what. I'm sorry.
Because that's in Dallas. That's in Dallas. In downtown Dallas, they already had a shooting before where a man opened fire on a crowd of people at a march. It's just really bad from a perched position. It's really, really concerning.
But you guys don't want to give up your guns, though. So what do you guys want to expect?
We've tried to at least. Beto O'Rourke, I know I've always wanted sensible gun laws and that kind of stuff, but at the minute that you try to say anything, you get shouted down or whatever out here. It's the state doesn't want to change it, but there are people that want sensible gun laws. And even when that Uvalde shooting happened, people argued and wanted laws changed because kids lost their lives. And so it's up to the state to budge and make these changes, because people are now losing their lives, from positions that you no longer can defend. People are no longer going to walk into this or that. They're shooting from rooftops. That's really concerning. And it's very scary.
But you guys don't want to give up your guns. So it's going to keep happening in this country. It is not going to stop. You don't want to give up your guns. It don't matter if you have psych evals. It don't matter if you. Only thing is going to matter. Red flag laws. If you have whatever the case may be. Only thing is going to stop this is if you limit people's purchase of bullets. Maybe you can only get 1 or 2 bullets, and you'll still do it. It's just crazy. And you don't want to give up your guns. So people in this country are going to die. Children, adults, elderly, dogs, anything and everything that could be killed is going to be killed in this country. So I don't even know why we keep having these conversations like we really care, because you really don't care.
Because it's not the officials, y'all. It's the voters. Because they wouldn't be able to do this shit if you would vote. Like, if people would actually use their right to vote and vote correctly instead of being so scared to lose their rights. Because that's the thing, is that you love something enough, you let it go. If it was meant to be, it'll come back. People are holding on to these damn gun rights like there's nothing else on the other side. But you can't have no nonsense or gun legislation unless you're willing to give up a little bit of that control. So it's like a fucking chicken and egg scenario where gun violence is concerned, and it's not the state that is making these laws; it's the people voting. It's why we're being so particular about these redlining and gerrymandering. That's why we don't want these districts redrawn, is because they're making it so that they can keep their gun rights, and so that there can't be no nonsense gun legislation in place. So if you want to be fussing at people, fuss at the voters. Because those politicians ain't gonna do nothing but shake your hand and smile to your face. But you get people voting. That's what makes the difference. I'm gonna be quiet now. Oh, Lisa, but before I stop, were you in here when TC admitted that he was booty clapping for Biden?
That he admitted that he was booty
clapping? Yes, girl, I got him.
No, tell me. You mean he was lying?
He admitted that he jumped the fence, that he was booty clapping for Biden up till whenever he decided to change his mind, and now he's a Trump.
So he was always a Republican. Is that what?
But he's a wishy-washy flip-flopping motherfucker. No, he was all about Biden. You remember when we first started on Clubhouse, when we were all in Million Marathon, and then they started the debate the news, and he was all in there about Biden, da da da. And then when we came up for the election the first time with Trump, it was like it flipped a switch in him or something. I don't know.
And he pretend like it happened in this room. I don't know.
No, it was before this room even was made, Miss Lisa.
No, but that's what he tells everybody.
Yeah, I know. That's why he tried on the room tonight. Oh, Mona and I said no, he didn't. Mm-hmm. Don't put that collar on me. But no, it was kind of funny actually.
I'm gonna go back and listen to the replay.
You gotta listen to it.
Y'all, let me tell you something. Given the only numbers that are in are from 2023, and almost 50,000 people have died of gun-related injuries in the United States. It's 47,000, but I just rounded up. That's just ridiculous. It's just no goddamn excuse for it, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. So the next thing, let's see. Oh yeah, I don't know if anybody heard that we were talking about Jimmy Kimmel, and because it was going back and forth so long, I wanted to play the actual clip, but we'll save that for another day because I think we exhausted the Jimmy Kimmel conversation. But there was a Trump Epstein statue that was on the National Mall. They were given permission to put it up there. It was supposed to be up there for 5 days. I don't know if it made it, but it's actually Trump and Jeffrey Epstein holding hands and looking like they're running through a field of miners. I put that in. But that is removed from the National Mall. I'm surprised it lasted a day, but it's been taken down. Let's see.
Who got to keep it and take it home? You know somebody did.
flowers.
I hope whoever took the time out to make it, because it's very lifelike. So I hope they got it.
That would be
I
so
hope they got it.
funny. Oh my God, put it in their front yard.
Swedish tonight.
Yeah, and that weirdo Trump is demanding an investigation into what he's called the triple sabotage at the United Nations. He made a fool of himself. Now he's saying that somebody tried to stop the escalator on purpose, that somebody tried to sabotage the mic, because when he started talking, remember, he didn't have any audio. I don't know what the third one was, but he thinks everything. The teleprompter?
Yeah, the teleprompter went out too.
He can't read anyway.
How ridiculous does this sound to you, MAGAs in here? How ridiculous does that sound? That somebody is trying to rig his so-called speech at the UN.
In addition,
really?
Have you watched the video?
I've seen it. I played clips on it. I've heard it so many times. And what do you try? Are you guys just innate?
No, have you watched the video of the what do you call it? The escalator. Did you see when the escalator went out? Right when they got on?
And do you know why it went out?
Why?
Because his cameraman triggered that button. Let me go and get this for you guys. You guys never try to investigate.
What's your cameraman?
His cameraman. Let me find out.
Did he accidentally hit the emergency button?
There's a button in every fucking escalator. Okay, and let me do it.
Yeah, if you can find that video, because I did not know that, because they're still investigating it. So I'm surprised. Like, that would have been an easy, like, okay.
Yeah, it's too easy.
Yeah, because the cameraman, you could find a cameraman, but like, you're fired. You're fired.
And he probably will be.
But then you had the escalator, and then you had the teleprompter, and then when the teleprompter went back up, the mic was low, so people couldn't hear him.
That was the matrix trying to suck his ass.
Do you know how many times that happens, though?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we're acting like, you guys want to be some unusual event, okay?
I think there was an article.
Okay, there it is. Right now. Here it is. I found the article, and please don't ask me to put it in the chat. Okay, it's ABC News, and it's by Abigail Williams, and September 23rd at 7 p.m. The United Nations has concluded its one-day investigation into mysterious halt of President Donald Trump's escalator Tuesday as he arrived at the UN General Assembly. The accidental culprit, a White House videographer who most likely tripped the safety mechanism. I've seen people do that in the fucking mall. If you touch that button that's there for the emergency, it's actually usually covered with one of those things like the fire pools are, and that's what happened. But we're in here trying to blame it on some conspiracy to have him and Melania fall down the stairs. It would only be so nice, but that's not what happened. The escalator stopped after a built-in safety mechanism on the comb step was triggered at the top of the escalator. The escalator mechanism is designed to prevent people or objects accidentally being caught or stuck or pulled into the gearing. Now,
okay, that's fair. That's a good one. So the cameraman, it sounds like, was trying to film them. He stepped on it, and that triggered it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And it's not uncommon. I mean, every year we have the National Federation of the Blind Convention, and we always have escalators in the hotel. And they always, for some reason or another, they're having to stop it for a little while to either work on it, or there's something that's happened because there's been so many people. But that happens all the damn time. So he's just being paranoid.
And okay, so then the other thing, the teleprompter. I just love the truth. A UN official told NBC News that the White House was responsible for operating Trump's teleprompter. What should we do?
It sounds like somebody internal. It sounds like this is an inside job. They trying to fuck with him.
But why does everything have to be a fuck with Trump a situation. It's just life.
That's
If my
because
fucking tire goes
But they
down,
might not
am I
like the
supposed to-
boss. They might not like him. They might not like him. It'd be like he maybe he yelled at them or did something that pissed them off, and they just wanted to fuck with him. Yeah, who knows? You never know. It's the what it Schumer said one day, the 7 ways to get you back to Sunday.
It's a perpetual victim. That's all this is. It's ridiculous. Nobody else is crying like a little bitch but him. Every time something happened. Did he fire his fucking makeup crew that had him looking like he was a burnt thank you. That's who he needs to be firing. The person who applies all that fucking dust to his face. That shit, he needs to fire that person.
Well, he's got a habit of having incompetent people doing everything for him, so it's not surprising he would have somebody that wouldn't be properly working the teleprompter. Not to mention, does he ever actually read a teleprompter? I didn't know he could read.
He does read the teleprompter.
I didn't know he could. Oh.
So I think it's just bad, like it's unprofessional, right? And unbecoming to actually say that something is what you think before you know. Right?
Right.
Because,
Thank you.
At the MetaConnect conference, which happened this week or last week, Mark Zuckerberg had a glaring, well, we call it demoitis in the industry, right? And that's just when things, well, what can go wrong will go wrong. And it's how you handle that, you know? And you know what made Zuckerberg shine? Is that he smiled it off. And everybody understood these things happen. It's not a personal attack, you know? If he found out later that it was, he could have came out if he wished to. Or he could just privately, you know, handle that situation. Or for Trump to do that on the world stage showed how petty he is.
Well, I mean, he could have handled it with a bit of class. You know, he didn't have to make it some huge, oh, they're out to get me thing. He could have just been a lot more classy and just said, hey, you know, shit happens. And just let it go and just whoosh-od. But he's got to make everything, you can't waste a crisis with this man. He's got to make it all just hyperbolic and crazy.
Always a victim.
Yeah.
They're out to get me.
Yes.
They're out to get me. But the thing about it, what about your boy Macron? He is the leader of his country, and he had to walk for 30 minutes. Did he start crying? He probably didn't have comfortable shoes. He had to walk because Trump had all the shit blocked off, and he called him and he said, I would be there, but you have everything shut down. And he didn't say, well, let me come and have one of my guys get you, come pick you up and bring you. Nah, he got out and had to walk for 30 minutes.
You know, Macron handled that really, I think, elegantly. You know, they made a social event of it, you know? And last thing I wanted to say, though, about this whole thing about messaging, right, and the stature. Trump was speaking to an audience, right? And this was the world stage. They're not interested in his escalator. You know, they can understand that things happen. You know, what they're interested in is how he's going to integrate, you know, America and policy and all this other stuff. And that's about less than 5% of what we heard in that speech.
Right. And he just bitched about, you know, what was wrong, who trying to sabotage him, talked about what he did for 7 wars. He literally lied for an hour and making us look dumber than people already thought we are. And all we do sit here is try to, you know, right now, I don't have anything good to say about President Trump. You know why? Because he's not giving me anything good to say. So I'll let you guys keep holding him up and exalting him over just shit. You know, I mean, really, I would love to have, my wish would come back, and I really wasn't a fan of him. I'll even take George Bush, the son. I couldn't stand him.
You know what's fucked up is that sounds?
I will take anybody at this point.
Yeah, we take Nixon over this shit right now.
Yeah, I would take Nixon.
Because, he could peace sign it right on out the door. I'm not a crook.
Exactly, because he said I'm not a crook, and we just said we don't care anymore.
I'll take Reagan, I'll take Nixon, I'll take fucking Lyndon B. Johnson. You know what? They will sit in your face and they will tell you the truth. They'll play their games. They'll play their games, right?
Right, but they still took care of America at the end of the day.
If they take a shit, they can sit.
Millions of Muslims and soldiers have been hurt because I think Bush policies were horrible.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
totally.
Oh,
I can't.
Are you talking about Bush Senior or Bush Junior?
Either one of them.
Its history goes
I'm about 43.
BC.
Yeah.
Its recipe is simple.
It was a murder.
Oil, and water. Don't underestimate it. It not only cleans effectively, but also moisturizes your skin. Even today, it remains widely popular. But you might be surprised at how labor-intensive its production is. Craftsmen first press olives into an oil-water mixture, then continuously heat and stir for 3 days until it becomes a thick paste. Next, they pour the hot paste on the floor, sprinkle soap powder on top, and transfer it into wooden molds. It sits for 2 days to cool and harden. After solidifying, the craftsman trim the surface with a spatula.
They're talking about now trying to shut down the government, and he's canceling meetings with Democrats.
Soaps are stacked with gaps in between to allow complete drying, usually for at least 6 months
all these
before being
things
shipped
that are
around
going
the
on
world.
right
This
now,
small bar of soap carries centuries of craftsmanship.
The protocols for Medicaid and the standards have been raised so that you don't qualify. So I lost my Medicaid this year because I made $300 a month too much. And so now I'm having to pay not only $185 a month for my Medicare premiums that I'm having to pay out of my pocket now. My rent also got raised $165 a month because of the way that they're calculating housing right now too.
This is crazy.
So my bills went up $360 a month this year, and that may not sound like a lot to you guys.
No,
but
that's a lot. 300, yeah.
I'm blind and I work, but I only work part-time so I can stay under my income cliff because otherwise I'd lose a third of my income. So not that it matters, but I only make $2,900 a month. So getting $360 of that a month chewed out for nothing it hurts. It hurts a lot. I mean, I'm not like wondering where my next meal's gonna come from, but it's definitely a squeeze. And the first thing you do is cut the fat, so I have no subscriptions or anything like that are extra. I think I still have my Netflix, but that's it. So, and I know I'm in a much better position than other people are in right now. So if you think it's squeezing me, can you imagine what it's doing to people who are one incident away from being homeless, from being, absolutely out there with their ass hanging in the breeze and nobody caring. So that's the thing that we're all having to deal with on varying and different degrees, and that's why we're all so fucking upset. And if people can't understand that are supporting Trump, then fuck them and beat them fish heads, because man, this is some crazy shit we're having to live with, and they voted for this shit, but we're all having to suffer for it. And so by damn, yes, we're fucking mad. So there.
I think it's something else that's happening is that America's kind of playing itself right now, because at the conference, I watched the whole thing, right? So I pay attention to the private meetings and all that. And what happened afterwards was interesting, because Trump basically met with, what is he called, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and he basically told him that, USA is behind the United Nations 100%. He called the UN incredible, really incredible. That's not, I think that's like an about face of what he said on the stage, right? He did a bunch of other statements. He did deals that showed he was conciliatory and he was supportive. He's probably in a position where he had to, especially support Ukraine. But what I really think this goes to is that we're risking losing credibility. Our allies know that they can't trust our government, and our adversaries are seeing weakness in the gap between what we say public and what we promise in private, and that is a tremendous loss on the stage.
I know you guys know that the maggots like to come in here because they're allowed to speak in here. Hopefully, it's not a disrespect to you guys, but I think I work with people who have certain views as well, and I have to listen to them for 8 hours, so sometimes 16. So you guys have to listen to these maggots for 5 to 6 hours while you're in for 20. There should be a room where we will allow the MAGA people to educate us on how Trump is a positive, has positive outcomes for our country. They need to go down one by one and tell us everything he's done that has been positive for this country. And I don't mean the wealthy. I'm talking about the quote-unquote working class people, how they're benefiting from his presidencies, the different outcomes, how schools have improved, how healthcare has improved, how infrastructure has improved. And I want to see tangible things. I just don't want to hear podcasts going left and right and all front and center. I want to see how the Trump presidency has really progressed and moved us forward as people, because all I'm hearing is cuts this, cut there, eliminate that, get rid of this, and I just see a lot of suffering. So you guys get your talking points together, do your research. We have to back it up with data, and don't put stuff in the chat like Pink Pill did in the first paragraph we read. Counterclaimed her claim. You have to be able to tell us exactly how you feel this country has advanced and moved forward since Donald Trump's been in office.
I like that idea. Lisa, I would like to. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Oh, no, go ahead. I said, Lisa, when are you going to tell me? Because I can imagine. I noticed since you've been allowing us to come on the stage, there has been an absence of some of the people. I don't know if I'm just my hope and is that we're not causing any rift amongst anybody.
No, this is the 420, and it's been the 420. It's been the same room ever since we opened it, but we just have more of you. I mean, there was just Infinity was coming in, and then we had an occasional.
Infinity, Anthony, TC.
Matt. Yeah. Tonight was the first time he has ever been on my stage, ever. Who's never
on Black Point, Lisa, please for me.
I'm sorry?
On this point, Free Point.
Who's Black Point?
I mean, Free Point. Who the hell is Free?
Point Blank, Cappuccino.
Don't want to have the face thing.
I haven't heard. Well, Cappuccino. Point has been opening her own rooms a lot.
I know. I see them. You got some real retards in there too.
I won't go in there because I know that's free.
Okay, I'm not coming with Black. Maybe that's just Patty. But Lisa, you missed it last night. I think you might have went to sleep, but
yeah, of course.
Actually, the room turned into a very actionable, problem-solving, forward-looking space. Positive.
You mean when CEO came in here and your honor was in here, but it was some guy down at the bottom who was out and screaming. That's what
I think this was a little after that. It really did go positive. In the group went positive. Can you believe that the group went super positive?
And don't forget
God, I love it here. They're like, oh, this is so great.
What made it so positive after I went to sleep?
No, it wasn't that you went to sleep because you always grace the space, but it was just that it wasn't so hostile, it wasn't so toxic, and there was a mix of voices, including a mix of political opinions, but everybody was taken to basically there was a protocol that people had self-organized and followed. I think it would be worth it to try to adapt that, because I think a big part of
it was already about the issue about when okay, so tell me how this went.
You're with me.
Explain to all of us how it went.
So just on the outside, you will find that some people, including myself, feel that there's a little, there's not a little, basically, there could be a little bit better mic passing rate. And then also a little bit better people who are interrupting. They just need to be constrained. It's just that simple, you know, because that's pretty much it. But everything else is
I'm agreeing with that. I think that's it. So you guys are trying to tell me, okay, so I agree with that part about more limited time and passing the mic more, because there are some people who just don't feel that they should shut up. But as far as having them in the room, you guys would prefer to just have only one opinion and one voice in the room? Is that how you guys roll?
I'm
asking.
No. I don't think anybody wants that. I think everybody believes that discourse is the way, right? And even dissent is healthy, right? I just don't think that, you know, people should. Well, anyway, you know what I'm just saying.
I think the difference is that we had gotten to the end of the day, so we had less people, and the people that remained that were on opposite sides might have been a little bit more mature,
more analytical, willing to listen.
Yeah, able to actually have a conversation and not talking at each other. So that makes a huge difference.
We need a headshot.
We have a lot of it's crazy.
It makes a difference though when people are able to sit down and actually have a conversation and not try to be, you know, one of the next speaker or, you know, be crazy or whatever. It makes a huge difference when you're actually able to say, okay, what can we do? What is it that we need to be doing right here, right now? What is not a future planning right now? And doing, and you know, you got a lot more people that are in here late, exhausted, and they don't want to fight and bitch and argue at each other anymore. And two, a lot of times it's people who actually are supporters on one side or another, because I think you have a lot of people that are performative when it comes to spaces like this. They will act a certain way to basically roles. And you know, later you have people that they actually want to talk, that have salient points, whether they're right, wrong, or different. And so I think that's the big difference, and I don't know how you can make that happen during prime time, because I think that's, you've got people that are so much in here just to be, you know, noticed, and so that they can run their head. And I know I'm talking, so I will be quiet on that note. So
we're gonna get into some contentious times and coming up. We got the midterms coming up. There's so much going on in this country. I didn't even talk about the Jasmine Crockett thing where she was called out of her name. I didn't even want to start that in my room because I knew that it would get completely out of control. We have people who are just literally, like now, trying to shut down this government and not even want to include our party in the conversation. There's going to be cuts in your health care. Let's get it together, people. They're cutting Medicaid. They've already started cutting food stamps and SNAP. I have had people, my patients tell me that they have been cut off of SNAP already, that they've changed whatever qualifications are needed to get SNAP. We are not talking about the Department of Education, how that's affected the school systems in your state. We are not talking about all the things that are going on, that has happened, because there's so much shit every fucking day. You turn on the news, there's another shooting. A man got shot in his neck. We got people being canceled because they're trying to speak. We have CEOs who don't want to say anything that are running major companies about how terrible the economy really is because they're afraid. I read this article last night and I was really quite shocked when I was reading the article that we have grown-ass successful businessmen running major companies afraid to speak up about the effects of this administration is having with the tariffs and all the other things that are going on. Literally afraid to speak up. So, I mean, where are we at here? This is a place of fear. The United States now is unrecognizable. It is, everybody's in fear. Everybody's angry. Everybody's suffering. It's just, so, you know, I don't know what else to tell you guys. I try to hold these rooms so we can talk about it, bring your other people in, let them say what they're going to say. And even you, they should be tired. They should be tired of trying to defend the defenseless.
They are not tired.
You don't think so? I actually think they are. I think they're tired. I think we're seeing it. I'm not trying to bother you on this, but I just observe. My observation is that we've seen a decrease in the what they bring, right? How hard they fight. Like you're seeing it some Ben with Anthony, you know, even Manfinity, and I don't think it's because of his relationship. I think it's because they're having to confront the realities, you know, and it's getting closer to home.
I agree. I think they are. Some people say they're not getting tired, but they have to be exhausted at what's going on in this country. You have to be.
I think they have to really be affected, Lisa. I think that they really have to be down bad before they go, okay, you were right, we're fucked. I honestly think that they are going to have an experience in their own personal life. And that's the only thing that's going to change it. I think their perspective on how we're doing. And I think they will die on that hill until they are so down bad that they have no choice but to admit that this is not the best thing for us, that we are going the wrong direction.
Anybody else think that's true? Because I don't think they'll ever admit it on Clubhouse because they came so hard. So, you know, you notice that they don't say as much. They don't come in here and just start going crazy like they used to. I don't think they'll ever come in here and admit, I made a mistake. I voted for the wrong person. What do you guys think?
I don't think they would, but I also know that I had a disagreement, from a Democrat when Kamala was running, and I was like, and who I voted for, but I was like, it wasn't fair what the Democrats did to her, right? Like the amount of time that she had to run a whole presidential campaign. That wasn't fair, and it argued me down. She was built for this. Well, so you can't be honest that it wasn't fair that this woman only had 100 or something days to put a campaign together, and then she writes a whole book about the 107. You know what I mean? So it's like, why couldn't you admit that? And I would say it's far worse on the left. On the right, with admitting that they made a mistake, because what they will say is, what I've been hearing lately is, I don't agree with what Trump said during the Charlie Kirk memorial. Like how he made it about him. And I'm like, this is the Donald Trump that we see all the time. It took that for you to see it, but I don't think that they'll ever, capitulate and say, oh, I made a mistake. But I think they are starting to say things you disagree with more.
That I've seen also, because when Stephen Miller got up there and literally almost told them, he just said it in Coda's speech, but we know Coda's speech. He literally said that he was putting you motherfuckers back on the plantation, and you're not really a part of this country. Literally. So that kind of threw them off a little bit too. Once we start breaking it down, not trying to hear what you want to hear, and I understand that shit. But this is what he said. This is what this man said. He mentioned every country that was almost a pure white country. There's no such thing anymore. But he mentioned all of them as being the ancestors and the forebearers of this country, when he knows good and fucking well that black people are here probably before his people. The nerve.
You can't take anything that guy says seriously. That guy is a pencil.
You have to take it seriously. You have to.
Yeah, because he's writing legislation.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Right? He's like
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Absolutely. Stephen Miller is definitely
The architecture of all of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you say that, then so are everyone else, right?
No. You don't have to say that everyone else is.
No, if everybody else in Project 2025 is also writing legislation, including Trump.
But Stephen Miller has his ear more than anyone. He's in closer proximity to him.
I think Stephen Miller is driving Trump more than Trump driving him.
I think so too.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
But Joe, don't you think that Trump is? It's not that we can't take him seriously. It's that we can't trust him. Right? That's what you're saying.
No, I mean he's the president, right? So you have to take him seriously because of the power of his station. What you don't have to take is his serious connotations that delinquish free will and independence. But he has all the power to say those things. He has all the power to claim that he can influence the Constitution when he can't. The real challenge is opposition. When are the American people going to organize and realize that he wants to be a dictator and he does not want to be a president? No other president has done this. Has tried to limit the media when he speaks, has tried to do all these things in direct violation of the Constitution, including the suspension of due process.
And we used to call it a strike. We're gonna wash these up a little bit.
Speaking on that,
But that keyboard do to you.
Get some of the bugs out.
So is that the laughing hard, man?
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's cool. I like that.
So Joe, we were talking about that earlier. You know, it's no president in history that has basically tried to get somebody fired from their job on a TV late night talk show, and then says after, when he thought it was all said and done, he said that everybody who says something about him or who goes up against him should be fired. When does that happen?
Oh, that's happened quite a bit. Putin did the same thing. Exactly.
American president.
Oh, no American president has, because America used to be where the comedic group, late night television in America is as constitutional as presidents. It's been there since fucking Don Rickles.
Well, look at the congressional dinner where they have the roast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tradition to roast.
Yes, it is a tradition.
And they stand there and smile and cringe and that shit, you know?
Because they were duly elected. It doesn't matter.
Was that this year with him? Can you imagine that dinner?
They did. They did. He didn't show.
Yeah.
Actually, he wasn't invited. I'm sorry, he wasn't invited.
That's Putin. That's exactly what Putin.
Yeah, he wasn't invited to this year's correspondence dinner.
Wow. I said, I'm sorry, congressional dinner. But you know, that would be such a big schmucky mess. Because you know people would have such roasted to chew on that. That Tito would be crunchy as well.
They're not going to say anything. They're not going to say anything. Their job.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's quite obvious, right? So it's quite obvious that Jimmy Kimmel can be influenced by. I mean, if we really do have free speech, right? Jimmy Kimmel says a thing, and it is actually subject to Disney and ABC, who are obviously also contributors to politicians. That's the biggest problem. And Jeremy's in the audience, I think. Jeremy says this better than I can. When they diluted and they restricted, or they got rid of the ability for anybody to financially influence politics in the United States, they failed. You just started the failure. You started it. So now there is the people who have the most money in America influence everything. They influence everything.